Hello. Hello. And I think we are live. Welcome back, guys. UFC 317. Stan the man here. Great night of fights. The fights have been great so far. Didn't know if I had it in me to do like a 6-hour marathon stream for the fights, but we're here now for the main card. Should be good. It's been a minute since I seen you guys, but I'm happy to be back. Very, very happy. So bear with me while I set a few things up. Little rusty on the sticks here. Oh, they did Topuria dirty. This should be him versus Islam. This should definitely be Islam versus Ilia. Live from Poughkeepsie. What fight are you guys most looking forward to? What is that? Bindle? I'm going to call you Topek. What's good, Topek? Good to see you. Who you got tonight in this main event? Ilia or Oliveira? Minus 425 favorite for Topuria. Gotta think, if I'm going off what I've seen from both guys, especially recently, Ilia knocks Oliveira out. He knocked out Volk, knocked out Max. If he knocks out Ilia right now, too. If he knocks out Oliveira right now, you could put him in the conversation. Nobody... I mean, I don't hold any weight in that Islam knockout of Volkanovski. That was trash. Volkanovski deserved the full camp, especially after how good the first fight was. And then you could say that Ilia got Volk when he had just been knocked out. Maybe he came back too soon, but then he knocked out Max. Nobody ever knocked out Max. Max ate bombs from Dustin Poirier. I think Ilia's a special fighter, so I think tonight, if he beats Oliveira in impressive fashion, he can't be doubted. I don't think Islam ran from him, but I know a lot of fans always use the word duck. It's not a thing. These guys aren't afraid of each other like that. Like John Jones is not ducking Tom Aspinall. He's not getting the money he wanted from the UFC. I know so many stupid people are like, well, Ariel Helwani said it. Ariel Helwani's an idiot. He's not a UFC insider. Nobody from the UFC tells him anything. And Dana White said that John Jones got what he deserves. Dana White thinks fighters should be underpaid. He thinks every fighter on the roster makes too much money. Ooh, Megan Olivier is pregnant as fuck. Shout out Joe Benavidez. What are you growling at? Stop. Who you guys got tonight, Ilia or Charles? I know Charles has a pretty big fan base of diehards. Come on. Come on. Oh, shit, Joe. As always, Joanna Jones-Jacek joining us for the fights. Bones Jones J check. What's up, JJ? Abdik. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate you, brother. Who you got tonight? Ilia or Charles? I saw a lot of people picking Charles. They don't believe the hype of Ilia Topuria right now. The sports books, huge favorite, Ilia. What's up with it, Joe? I think Ilia is going to knock Oliveira out. People sleep on Ilia. Ilia was a grappler first. And bear with me, I'm a little slow, fresh off wrist surgery. They chopped me up. So let me know, bro, who you guys got tonight. Type Charles in the chat. Type Ilia in the chat. Who you guys putting your money on? So far, if you just bet all the favorites have won so far. No underdogs yet. Hasn't started yet. They're doing that like 20-minute selling vodka, selling Monster Energy drink. Now they're going to a commercial for Thorne Creatine. You know, they got to make their money. They got Marab selling creatine. That's one thing I've noticed. I've seen it huge with WWE. Yes, this is definitely a fall off for International Fight Week. We say that now, though. If Ilia and Oliveira and Pantoja Kai Kara France wind up being crazy fights, then it's like, oh, okay, they delivered. But yeah, definitely a weaker fight card. Do you guys remember years ago, for International Fight Week, they gave us, I believe it was 3 cards. It was Eddie Alvarez versus RDA. I forget what, they gave us 3 cards. I remember one time they had a Thursday night, Friday night, and a Saturday night, if I'm not mistaken. They need to do shit like that for International Fight Week, not give us this shit. It's crazy how the sport makes the most money it's ever made, but the bonuses went down, fighter pay stayed the same, we get cards like this. Pay these people their fucking money. Like even that, all the people, I haven't streamed or put up anything up in a while, but all the people that were going on the chats and the forums and the videos and writing John Jones was ducking Aspinall, you guys really needed to, instead of writing dumb shit, pay John Jones his motherfucking money. That's what you needed to write. Pay John Jones his money. We want to see this fight. Not whatever bullshit you guys were writing. Ooh, shout out Kelvin Gastelum. He's got a hot chick on his arm. Mackenzie Dern showing up with her kid. What canceled fights? I mean, nothing great was canceled. There were a few canceled fights, but nothing that was crazy. From the jump, they had this week co-main event. But again, I'm a hater on 125-pound fights. There were a few, but they were like they were lower fights. I know the Dumas fight. I know one of the fights got canceled at weigh-ins yesterday. To explain to you how weak this card actually is, other than the main event and the co-main event, they have Peyton Talbot, the first fight of the pay-per-view. Come on, bro. I don't want to see that shit. Like, I know a term that's used a lot with the fan base is fraud checked. I feel like Peyton Talbot got totally fraud checked in that last fight. Is Peyton Talbot the one that might be gay, dating Frank Ocean? I think he's fighting. Is this guy Lima Brazilian? He's got a Brazilian name. He's got a big, huge cauliflower ear. So this guy, if this guy's smart, he saw the playbook. Peyton Talbot has a weak ground game. Take him to the ground, and you make your night easier. Or you could stay on the feet and play fucking games. But your best bet is taking him to the ground. Yes, the Dumas fight got canceled. A couple of fights I saw. but nothing like name value wise, like where it really added to the International Fight Week card or festivities. But yeah, I gotta actually look that up because, like I said, I remember the one International Fight Week. I thought that was gonna be like the standard, is they had 3 fight cards. If I'm not, they definitely had 2 fight cards, but I'm pretty sure they had 3, and that was International Fight Week. Now, International Fight Week is 1 fight card and a fucking power slap event. Bullshit. But yeah, let me see this. They got to start giving the fans better value for their entertainment. Like I see a lot of talking points that people say that there's no superstars left in the sport. I don't think it's that. I think that the UFC is not taking care of the fighters the way they need to. That's what it is. They're holding out on paying some of these guys the money to jump back into fights. Well, if I stream the fights, they'll take me down. And I'm on my last strike with TikTok, so. Go. Go. Don't stop barking at me. Get out. Go. 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 Get going. Couldn't capture. I don't think it was closed. Lima versus Talbot getting in the cage right now. (2016) that goes back to. So yeah, 2016 was the last time I remember International Fight Week being something crazy. Other than that, what was the other International Fight Weeks that stood out in fans' memories? Few and far between. Exactly like DC's saying right now. The playbook is out on Peyton Talbot. I don't know if you got to spam takedowns, but set him up with your strikes and take him down. Because glaring hole. Ronnie Barcelos is good, but glaring hole in his game. Who needs the KO bonus? Galaxy, thank you for the follow. I appreciate you. Thank you, Pla, for the share. They do put on so many events that I'm just keep hitting next on Tapology, trying to get to 2016. It's taking me a minute. But I don't remember another International Fight Week where they did that. Let me see. Yeah, they did. They did Dos Anjos versus RDA. They did the Ultimate Fighter 23 finale. Dos Anjos versus RDA was on a Thursday night. They did the Ultimate Fighter finale on a Friday night. And then they did UFC 200 on Saturday. That's what International Fight Week should be. Not this bullshit. Not fucking Peyton Talbot opening the main card. This fight might wind up being good, though. So let's see. I can't be a total hater. I just get very sour on fighters when they have no ground game. And that's kind of what I saw of Peyton Talbot. And even one thing that I saw tonight If we're going off the UFC's logic for why Charles Oliveira is in this main event, it should be Paddy Pimblett because he finished Michael Chandler versus Oliveira, who almost got finished by Michael Chandler. Like, beating Michael Chandler can't be the benchmark for a title shot. And if it is, give it to the guy who did it more impressively. Otherwise, what are we doing here? Warning, your live is not eligible for recommendations and restricted because it contains unoriginal or produced content. What the fuck does it contain? Appeal that. They stay fucking with me on TikTok. Constantly. Peyton Talbot versus Felipe Lima about to start. Rye Els. I don't know, bro. Talbot, Lima, round one. Who you guys got in this one? Is anyone rooting for Talbot? Like, does Peyton Talbot have fans? Like the way the UFC is trying to push him as being a star? I just don't see it. Did he win an Ultimate Fighter, Talbot? I thought he was a Contender Series fighter. I mean, Talbot looks good on the feet right now compared to this guy. This guy looks pretty uncomfortable. Oh, never mind. Just hit Talbot would have won too. There's another right hand by Lima. So it's Talbot stalking right now as Lima kind of backpedaling, and keeps planting his feet, landing good punches. I think they gave Talbot a good stylistic matchup. But if Lima's smart, he looks at that last fight. And you got to keep taking Talbot down until he fixes that problem. They're exchanging right now on the feet. They both just punched into the clinch. Good knee by Lima. Pushing Talbot against the cage. That's what he's got to do. Talbot is far from a contender. Oh, he was from Contender Series is what you're saying, yes. Like that Hani Barcelos fight was ugly. Nobody's winning yet. 3:20 left, 3:15 left in the first round. I mean, Lima landed a few strikes, nothing really significant. Now they just broke off the cage. Talbot's going forward. Ooh, spinning back kick. Just like hit him with the toes. And there's the takedown for Lima. Talbot gives up his back, pops up. Lima trying to mat return him. And there he goes. He got a nice little roll through by Talbot. Lima's got like a reverse triangle on the body. Talbot's defending it, but Lima's looking for a leg lock. And Lima will wind up on bottom after a nice little scramble. But he has the right idea. You got to engage the grappling with Talbot. And now Lima gives up his back, trying to scramble to his feet. Again, though, you can't let that deter you. You got to just... Oh, leg lock attempt by Lima. Oh, good elbows from the top by Talbot. So, yeah. Not knowing if Talbot's really made improvements or is Lima just not that guy. Like, Hani Barcelos is good. Felipe Lima, still a prospect, unproven. What's happening with you podcast? We need it back. We do need it back. I say it every time I do live stream. I'm going to start doing some solo things soon. I just never get around to setting up. There's another takedown for Lima. Now he's on top. Talbot closes his guard. This should be enough to decide the round. In a round that could have went either way. Nice little ground and pound from the top from Lima. And again, we've seen Talbot here. Has no answer. Does not have answers off his back. He looked good the first scramble. But I'm going to get back to some podcasting, interviews, and whatnot. I just got my wrist surgery. I have a little back procedure coming up. Talbot giving up his back. Lima has a little backlash. I think he has one hook in. Trying to throw that second hook in. Nope, no hooks. Talbot pops to his feet. In on a takedown again. Talbot defends it. Talbot looking up at the clock. 20 seconds left. So, should go to Lima this first round, I think. But Talbot did some work as well. Lima had more control, got 2 takedowns. 1 takedown, 1 was a scramble. But not the most entertaining first round for a pay-per-view opener. One nothing somebody. I'm going to go Lima. I think it was Lima's round. Let's check out some stats. Live stats are actually leaning more towards Talbot. They're saying that it's weird how they score takedowns sometimes. Thank you for the follow, Julia. They gave him 1 of 7 on his takedowns. I didn't see him attempt 7 takedowns. Significant strikes, 14-11 for Talbot. Total strikes, 28-18 for Talbot. I might also be a Talbot hater now that I'm seeing the stats, but I didn't see the round be that decisive for either guy. Round 2. I'll tell you, though, Lima threw a spinning back kick in the first round that, like, the toes whipped across Talbot's face. Like, he's coming close with some shots. Talbot, not seeing too much from him. I said a left hook for... just 8-1-2, though. Talbot landed a little left hook. Lima answered with a 1-2. So Lima's doing a good job of catching Talbot when Talbot's stalking forward. He's planting his feet, throwing combinations. Talbot defends a takedown right there. Lima's back in on a single leg, tries to kick the leg out. Good takedown defense by Talbot. And Talbot scrambles and winds up on top. But again, nobody can go, oh, Talbot's improved. Hani Barcelos would beat both of these guys on the same night. Hani Barcelos is top 15 guy. Kind of a trash pay-per-view card, yes. I can assess, or what's the word, concur with that assessment. If Talbot's opening your pay-per-view, you can kind of gauge how it is. I think they should have had, and I'm a hater on women's fights too, but because she looks good, they should have had Tracy Cortez open up the main card, not Talbot. Little spinning back fist just misses for Lima. A couple big wild swings and misses for Talbot. But fight week, Tracy Cortez, she looks good. You could put her as the first fight on the pay-per-view card. Talbot Lima, Even RoboCop versus Hermanson would have been a better first fight on the pay-per-view card, but I get it. They think good takedown defense there by Talbot. Steps through, steps over, winds up in half guard on top of Lima. So yeah, Lima's takedowns suck. Lima's takedowns are not there against Talbot. You cannot compare apples and oranges comparing this fight or even those two guys, Lima to Hani Barcelos. Hani Barcelos is good. Lima is still a prospect. And even that, I'm hearing the announce team. They're talking about, Tablet improved. No, he's fighting a totally different fighter. Hani Barcelos is a killer. Like, he was almost rushed into that Hani Barcelos fight. Lima is shooting like shitty takedowns from very far out. And the second Talbot gives him any resistance, he's like rolling over to his back, except in the bottom position. Little spinning back kick to the body for Talbot. Minute 30 left in the second. Lima looks like he's fading a little bit. There's another spinning back kick to the body. Straight left hand lands for Talbot. You agree that Tracy Cortez should have been the first fight? Or that she looks good? But then there's the tale of two Tracy Cortezes. There's like, before she starts a training camp, Tracy Cortez, where she's a little thick. Then there's like fight week Tracy Cortez, where it's like, oh shit, she looks good. Main event, you gotta go Ilia. I know a lot. I like Charles, but I'm an Ilia fan. I'm sold on Ilia. I didn't know if I'd ever see anyone at 145 beat Volk like that or beat Max like that, let alone the same guy do it back to back. Yeah, Lima is not Hani Barcelos. He just jumped too high off the back, loses the back control, winds up in north-south with Talbot. So Lima, this was definitely a good matchup for Talbot because Lima's grappling is definitely suspect. Like you saw with Hani Barcelos, he wasn't winning scrambles. He wasn't able to do much. He's winning every scramble with Lima. And again, it's not improvements. It's that Lima keeps flopping to his back in scrambles. Like Lima's not fighting to get on top. He's fine with taking bottom position. Which is a terrible shot. Terrible. But I got Ilia. I got Ilia by stoppage. That's what I'm thinking. But he also has a lot of hype, Ilia. Ilia does, like, you could tell, thinks his shit doesn't stink. So if he comes in not respecting Oliveira, Oliveira's got that left hook. Oliveira's got really sneaky, quick jiu-jitsu. Has the capability to beat anybody if they sleep on him. But based off of the Volk fight, the Max fight, the Emmett fight, I see Ilia finding success with his striking. And a lot of the times we've seen people rock Charles, and then kind of think they have it in the bag, and then Charles catches them and chokes him out, lands something. And if there is a shot that I've almost seen Ilia have trouble with, it's kind of the punches you don't see, which is a left hook and that kick that he got hit with. Not that Charles is throwing crazy kicks, but Charles has a really good left hook. I definitely thought it would be a closer fight odds-wise than minus 425 for Ilia. That's crazy. That's crazy they had Peyton Talbot as an underdog for this fight, though. Like, seeing Lima's not a dominant grappler. He keeps throwing. Oh, good right hand for Lima. Lima keeps throwing a very telegraphed spinning back fist that's not landing. But his right hand's landed a few times. Lima again back to stalking. Or Talbot back to stalking Lima. Good jab lands for Talbot. Misses with the right hand. There's a single leg by Lima. Trying to switch to a double. Trying to drag the leg. And it's just not working for him. Now he's got the leg lifted up. Trying to kick the leg out. Just no chain wrestling from Lima. Lima needs to go back and work on his wrestling. Now he's in on a double and he gets that. Talbot's going for a switch. Dana White does not look happy watching this fight. This is like, come on, bro. We gave you a winnable fight, and you're still almost losing this fight. This fight might be 1-1. But yeah, Talbot's accepting bottom position right there. Lima trying to take the back. Talbot trying to get to his knees. His mat returns are fucking terrible. Yes, Talbot needs to go to Dagestan, 100%. His mat returns are fucking atrocious. And he keeps going for single legs, like just picking up a single leg and trying to kick out the leg. You got to get the guy to move and then try to kick out his leg. Got to work on his chain wrestling. Definitely Dagestan, 2 years. I mean, Lima, probably a Brazilian. A lot of Brazilians don't have the best takedowns. Now it looks like Lima gassed himself out a little bit. Talbot's stalking him, throwing some punches that Lima doesn't have anything coming back. There's a little waving right hand that misses. Missed what happened there. Something landed. Another takedown stuffed by Talbot. But yeah, they definitely saw after giving him Hani Barcelos, like, yeah, we got to give him an easier matchup here. Hani Barcelos was way too big of a step up. Now they gave him this step back down, and he's looking good, having moments. So this is probably more Talbot's speed. Now Talbot's got mount. Like, there was no realm ever where he was going to mount Hani Barcelos and hold the position. Felipe gets himself out of mount, has like a reverse body triangle. It sucks because I think, and again, might be just rooting against Talbot, but Lima kind of had this fight, and he gave it away by not being able to return Talbot to the mat. Now he literally has his head in Talbot's crotch as Talbot lands body shots. All right, he gets his head out of there because that was a bad optic. Nice little up kick attempt by Lima. Talbot landed some ground and pound. 10 seconds left. So Talbot is back to where he was before the Barcelos fight. He's a prospect. Don't give him a top 15 opponent, a difficult fight. But you can still give him some guys, but definitely don't jump him up too soon. So probably Talbot 29-28. I wouldn't be surprised if a judge gave Talbot the first round as well. Now they're selling cocktails. Couple good right hands and good punches landed by Lima. But then every time Lima would land punches, he would just go back to backpedaling. So it almost like changes the optics for the judges. What are you doing, bro? More than likely, it's going to be a unanimous decision for Talbot. He'll be the first underdog on the card to cash. Oh, that's what it was. A wheel kick that he landed. Talbot, decision, more than likely. Lima choke. Lima had that fight. Talbot kind of showed he still can't really grapple. But Lima can't grapple either. So it worked out today. So 29-28. So they gave Lima won the first round. So my live here on TikTok is giving me some problems. Switch to encoder. All right, so on that, I'm going to switch some settings. H265. I don't know what the fuck that is. But I'll take a picture of that. Oh, fuck. Even Talbot. Talbot could definitely benefit from going to Dagestan. Talbot could definitely use a trip to Dagestan. But I don't know how they feel about the gays. Joe Rogan, you didn't enjoy that performance, bro. Don't be nice to him. Oh, he's in no place to call anybody out. He wants Adrian Yanez. What's going on? Underwear. Jamar Gibbs. Like, they're making the Mark Kerr movie. They should have made the Mark Coleman movie. Oh, there they show Mark Kerr. Every time I think of the Mark Kerr movie, or they show Mark Kerr, I always think of Dan Severn. Not Dan Severn, Don Fry. Where they were like, what do you think of Mark Kerr? And he was like, he's a fucking goof. He's a fucking goof. He's not the guy. And then I think they even asked him, like, what do you think of the movie? And he was like, he's not the one. He's not the guy. Why do you say that? Because he's a fucking goof. He's a fucking goof. And that's like if Don Fry calls you a goof, that lets you know. I thought Dariush already retired, so yeah. I think last time I did see an interview with him, though, he said he's going for one more run. He thinks he should have remember, this fight was already made. And get out of there. Hey. And then, who was Islam fighting that the fight fell out? And then Moicano jumped in. It should have been Dariush that jumped in, but they gave it to Moicano. Because he had the whole Money Moicano gimmick. He's had a good long time off, though. So that usually can help regenerate your chin a little bit. That usually can... Oh, come on, man. That usually can regenerate your chin with some good time off. And I'm pretty sure it's been a minute since we've seen Beneil Dariush. But yeah, he is old as fuck. Father Time will always be undefeated in fighting. Ooh, and now looking, he's from Iran, so who knows what type of turmoil is going on in Dariush's life right now. Dariush number 9, Moicano 11. Moicano is funny, though. It gets a little old at times, but he makes me laugh, Moicano. Like, fuck that, I need money. He is a character, Moicano. And he's won a couple fights that I didn't think he was going to win. I don't think he can out-grapple Dariush, though, the way he's out-grappled other people. And I actually do think Dariush might be a little crisper on the feet, striking-wise. And that's the equalizer, is that left hand that Dariush has. Dariush usually has good success with that left hand. He's got that equalizer in that right hand. In this one, I like Dariush. I do think Dariush is the better fighter, but Moicano's younger. I usually lean towards the younger guy, especially when a guy's over 35, because the statistics of a fighter over 35 are insane at everything other than heavyweight and 205. Like, if you're over 35 at those weight classes, you do not, at younger, lighter weight classes, you do not win. The younger guy always wins. I'm going Dariush in this one. Shout out Pahumpa, though. American Top Team Jiu-Jitsu coach. He was one of my old coaches for a minute when I lived in South Florida. I used to pop into he would coach at the main academy, and then his school is the West Palm Beach American Top Team. Very nice guy. It used to be Laborio was the head coach and the head jiu-jitsu coach and like the head of the gym. And then when Laborio left, it slowly morphed into Pahumpa. But yeah, I don't know if Moicano can out-grapple Dariush the way he's done in a lot of his fights to kind of steal the edge. And striking-wise, I feel like they both got good left hands, but Dariush is just straighter, a little cleaner. I think he might catch him with that. But again, youth always wins. Pay me in Bitcoin, motherfucker. This fight could be good, though. Like, this fight winding up good makes the main card look a lot better. Like, this is definitely a good matchup. He said he's not in the press conference. He's not what? Getting paid in Bitcoin? I don't think the UFC would ever pay a fighter in Bitcoin. That's like some leagues outside the UFC type shit. But yeah, Dariush, he's not as old as he looks, but he's old. I think some people just have that pepper hair. That salt and pepper hair where their hair just gets grayish. Damn. Yeah, Dariush was on an 8-fight win streak at one point. And that's what I think people don't understand, how impressive John Jones's win streak was. It's very hard to keep winning fights and show up every night and not slip on banana peels in combat sports. Let me go grab another beverage. Dariush is outside the cage right now, about to step in versus Moicano. Pay me my fucking money. He's still out there? What is he doing? It's like, get in the cage. Oh, you're going Hanato? I could see Hanato winning. You know what it is? I think Dariush is old, but I think he's the better fighter. I think he's a better, cleaner striker. I think he's a better grappler. But he's old. And I can't say it enough. Whenever I stream or anything, I'll always say Father Time is undefeated. And usually the younger guy, when the guy's over 35, wins. The odds are pretty close. They have Dariush as a slight underdog. Oh, they're both old. Never mind. This is a 50-50 fight. I didn't realize Moicano was 36. And even Dariush. I thought Dariush was like 40. Yeah, so 50-50 fight. I got fooled by Dariush and his hair. I thought he was in his late 30s. And I thought Moicano was fucking young. Moicano's old. Moicano's almost on his last legs in fighting. I thought Moicano was so much younger. Moicano's been around for a minute, too. He had like a whole career at 45 before he moved up to 55. So now we got a 50-50 fight, Raels. Over on TikTok, let me know who you guys think's winning this one. Dariush or Moicano? Dariush is 6-2 as an underdog. Ortega did who dirty? Round one. Fight. Moicano and Dariush. Number 9 versus number 11 in the lightweight rankings. Both have said they're on their last run. Oh, yeah, Ortega versus Moicano. I think he's big. He's a good size 55er. I think he was just done with 45. 145 weight cut was too much for him. I think you lose so much when you're cutting too much weight. I wish a lot of the guys would stop cutting weight or stop cutting as much weight. Ooh, good low kick by Dariush. And I think they need to add 65. Like, there's a lot of tweeners. And then you get... I know people... I've heard people say it, but I think it too. You get a little bit of, like, weight bullies like Islam that are huge 55ers. That almost, like, are on death's door to make the weight class. But then you got to survive with him to the 3rd, 4th, and 5th round to make that shit count. Nice little right hook landed for Dariush. Another good low kick for Dariush. Islam is huge. Ooh, good little right hand landed for Moicano, backing Dariush up. Dariush with a couple wild swings. Good low kicks by Dariush. That's been the most effective weapon so far. He keeps throwing a lot of low kicks. Just knocked Moicano off his feet with a low kick. But now I did just see like a little bit of feeling himself by Dariush after that. Another low kick, and he drops himself with it. Stumbles, trying to regain his footing after a low kick. Moicano's not the guy you want to get comfortable against. Throws from wild angles. Both guys swinging heavy and missing, punching into the clinch. Moicano pushes Dariush up against the cage. And they break. Islam is huge, and the worst is that I don't know why, I think the UFC thinks that Islam versus JDM is like a big fight. I don't give a fuck. I mean, I love fighting, but I don't give a fuck about that fight. That fight's not a big fight to me. I think that's just a random fight. There's nothing big about that fight to me. I think they should have pushed Ilia versus Islam. Would have been a way bigger fight. Like the two biggest fights that they have right now, obviously Jones versus Aspinall could have been big. But other than that, the biggest fights that they can make are Ilia versus Islam and Ilia versus Paddy Pimblett. Those are like the biggest money fights that they can make. Ooh, nice left hand just landed for Dariush. Good low kick by Dariush. Good body kick from Moicano. Oh, huge right hand from Moicano. Just dropped Dariush. Dariush is on a single leg. Moicano trying to take Dariush's back. Little scramble. Couple of clubs from Moicano. Dariush is doing a good job of recovering and surviving here, but he got just fucking dropped. Nice right hand. Both guys were swinging heavy and just missing. Good body shot by Moicano. Another little right hand by Moicano. And now Dariush just like dropping his head and throwing wild shit. He will make it out of this first round. 1-0 Dariush. Yeah, I think Bilal really dropped the ball with JDM. Like the playbook was there. Like there's obviously a little bit of a hole in JDM's game. He's a great striker, but his hole is going to be his grappling. So if you're not going to grapple with him, you're doing yourself a disservice. I don't know what Bilal was thinking that night. Like I was always told, when you're fighting somebody and you want to beat them, don't look at their wins, look at their losses and how they were beat, and then try to adapt that into your game plan. Oh, nice right hand landed for Moicano. Caught Dariush leaning. Dariush recovered, though. Definitely wasn't 10-8. 10-8 is like a complete domination. I think Dariush recovered himself enough after that knockdown. I thought up until that right hand, Dariush was winning with the low kicks. There's a good left hand landed for Dariush. And Moicano shoots a takedown and gets stuffed. Pulls guard. Has a butterfly hook trying to sweep, looking for a leg. Good defense by Dariush. Dariush has the back now, trying to get a mat return. He caught Moicano with a good left hand. Moicano definitely got uncomfortable, shot a bad takedown. And now it was a little bit like trying to keep his head tucked and recover. He's got a Merkel. Dariush has what's called a Merkel right now, which is like a weird hook that you throw in to maintain position. Moicano defends it. Moicano in on a double leg, gets it. Throws one hook in. He jumped. Now he's got one hook in up. There's two hooks. Going for a body triangle. He's on Moicano's back, standing. Moicano shakes him off. Dariush in on a single. If I remember correctly, too, Dariush usually has pretty good cardio. Better cardio than Moicano. But he's doing a lot of wrestling right now. Moicano looks a little bit sluggish. Another takedown for Dariush. 3:30 left in the second round. He came back a little bit. Dariush in on another double leg. Good defense by Moicano. I think Dariush knows what he's doing, though, right here. He's just making Moicano work. Probably hears him breathing heavy. There's a nice single leg and dumps him. Yeah, Moicano's gassed right now. Dariush is putting a pace on him right now that he can't keep. I don't know if we make it to the third. We've seen Moicano have cardio problems before in the past. Like right now, Moicano doesn't have much offense off his back. Is kind of just trying to hold on, sitting in half guard. Looks a little flustered and fatigued. I think that left hand that Dariush caught him with at the beginning of this round definitely affected him. Minute left in round two. Dariush on top of Moicano. Head nom triangle attempt by Dariush. Not going to happen, though. But getting a little closer. It's almost a Von Flue choke right now. All right. Nothing there. Couple little bit of ground and pound to end the round. But Moicano's dog shit right now. Dariush made him work a lot in that second round. He is stumbling back to his corner with fatigue. Dariush did a lot of grappling that round, though. Both of these guys are a little worse for the wear. Round 3. This is the round that decides this fight. Live odds right now got Dariush at minus 345. Moicano plus 250. Ooh, a nice little Superman punch lands for Dariush. Dariush shoots a double leg and gets it. One hook in, trying to take the back of Moicano. Trying to pull him to the mat. Oh, Moicano does a good job, scrambles out. Now he's trying to take Dariush's back. This is good, though, for Dariush. Getting him working, because you know he's going to gas. He's already fatigued. And both guys defend their attacks and get back to the feet. He's old. He doesn't have time to go to Dagestan. He's old. Both of these guys, they're on their last legs of what they can do. Without Islam at 155, they're both in the mix. Has Moicano fought Oliveira yet? I can't remember. Oh, good left hand for Dariush. Good elbow for Dariush. They're showing Charles Oliveira in the back like doing yoga. Just laying flat, having someone manipulate his body. But what happens when a guy moves up, when a champion moves up, and there's two new guys fighting for the belt, on old and Oliveira, but new and Ilia, the division's wide open now. It's all new contenders. Like the winner of this fight could call out the winner of the main event, and they're one fight away, if not next. You got to just always hit that Nate Diaz style call out with McGregor. Like, be like, Justin Gaethje, fuck that guy. I'm next. Ilia, I'm going to fight your fucking ass. Oh, Dariush. Dariush does a good job of cutting the angle on his double legs. That's why he keeps getting these takedowns. Moicano's sprawling, but then Dariush cuts the angle. Again, jumps on his back, got one hook in, trying to get that second hook in. Moicano standing up. This is so draining when you're already tired. Is standing up with a guy on your back. He'd be better suited to go to the cage right now. All right, he's trying to get the legs out. Gets him off. Nice little mat return there by Dariush. You see, like right there, great mat return. He just sagged, had his arms clasped and sagged on him, versus what that guy was trying before, where he was trying all this goofy shit to mat return Talbot. I think this decision belongs to Arman now. Arman deserved that fight with fucking uh, Islam. They totally did Arman dirty. But I said that before. What that was is Dana White has a good back. Because if you have back problems, you understand, oh, he hurt his back. I get it. If you don't have back problems, you'd be like, he's a fucking pussy. That's how I was my whole life. When people told me they had back problems, I was like, you're a fucking bitch, bro. You're back. Suck it up. Then when I got back problems, I'm like, oh, no, 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 no. I totally get it. It's so debilitating and can totally fuck up your whole shit, a bad back. Dariush is wearing it more, but I think he's done enough with the control to... Moicano's got 30 seconds to steal this third round. He's got to do something big. Little glancing right hook for Dariush. 15 seconds left. He's going to run out of time. Shoots on a double leg. That ain't going to steal a round for you, Moicano. You need to throw haymakers right there. Dariush should get this decision. We shall see. Nice little comeback there from Dariush, though. Got dropped in the first round. Didn't look good for him. But that's the thing. I think he was going to gas anyway, Moicano, because we've seen it from him before, but he probably blew a little bit of his wad when he dropped him with that right hand. No money for Moicano. Just show money. Just show money, Moicano. I mean, maybe a fight of the night bonus money, though. That is possible. Maybe some fight of the night bonus money. But Dariush ain't turning no heads with that decision, though. That decision didn't show me he's ready for the winner of Oliveira, Ilia. He's still got some more to do. What'd you guys think of that one? Dariush by decision. Unanimous decision. Is that how you guys saw that fight going? Did anybody cash on that one? Anybody lose on that one? It's been 2 years since he fought, and he's still ranked number 9. How the fuck is that possible? Those rankings are such bullshit. That is such bullshit. Arman chewed up who? Dariush? They have something against Arman though. Like I said, he deserved that title fight. And they were like, nah, he goes to the back of the line. He pulled out. It's like, he had a back problem. Like, I like Arman. I think Arman's good, but it seems like the UFC is not a fan. I mean, what's next for... Ooh, who's Suni Lee? She looks good. Love me some Joanna. Would you guys bang Weili Zhang? Obviously, we'd all bang Joanna. Joanna's hot. Would you guys bang Weili Zhang? I can't stand Amanda Nunes. Get her off my TV. Kayla Harrison's a sweetheart, though. And Kayla Harrison done up, few drinks in you, trust me, you would. I've been around her. You would. Couple of beverages, couple of adult beverages. You might be like, you know what, Kayla? I'm in. Amanda Nunes, though, you'd be like, get this fucking bitch away from me. Joanna, absolutely. You'd be like, yep. Yep. What is that a no to, Rye? What is that no to? Oh, shit. I got it in my weak hand. If I need a couple of drinks for what? If you're out and you're like, oh, I didn't get that, I didn't get that, I didn't get that, and all of a sudden you start kicking game to Kayla, you'd be like, yeah, break my dick off, Kayla. Let's do this. She has an aura about her. Obviously, she's not going to be a first team or a first round draft pick. But when she's done up, it's not the worst. Trust me, it's nothing to write home about. It's nothing to brag to your friends about. But with a few drinks, she wouldn't be the worst thing you knock down. Joanna, though, like, so the way I was talking about with what's her name? Tracy Cortez gets a little thick in between camp, and then during fight week, you're like, she's gorgeous. I like this girl. Joanna's the opposite. Joanna fight week, you're like, oh, she's a little too skinny. Joanna outside of fight camp, you're like, oh, okay. Joanna gets a little thick, you're into that. The stupidest fucking thing is that the BMF belt is up for grabs between Max Holloway versus Dustin Poirier. If there's any lineage, Ilia's the BMF champ. Like, what are we doing here? Like, that makes the belt completely useless and mean nothing if there's no lineage to it. That makes me not even interested in it. Like, if anything, and I've said it before, what they should have did with this fight is this should be for the inaugural 165-pound champion. Islam versus JDM should be for the first ever 175-pound champion. And then even this fight, if Poirier wins the belt and retires, then the first champion was Dustin Poirier. It has some fucking merit. But I gotta go. Hit the men's room. Sorry, Joe. And wait. What about Weili Zhang? You said no to Kayla. What about Weili Zhang? Would you bang Weili Zhang? Zhang Weili, whatever her name is. Oh, this fight should be good. I got Royval. I feel like everyone was hyping up Van so much when it's like he hasn't beaten that level of competition yet. Oh yeah, well this fight was supposed to be Manel Cap though too. Right? If I'm not mistaken. Who you guys got now? Joshua Van or Brandon Royval? I feel like, and especially like you ever play UFC, the video game, they made fucking Royval so big. Like Royval's a huge 125er. Like he's got to be the biggest 125er. And that's tough to deal with size like that. Yeah, I think he fucks Van up. Van will have a couple moments, but Royval's going to big dog him. Who you guys got? Van or Royval? Like 23, you're young, bro. That's a tough age to be beating the top guys in the world. That's usually too young to be the best. Like you got to have holes still. Only Burmese fighter in UFC history. Shout out to Ong Lasong. Ong Lasong should have been a Burmese fighter. One FC double champion. Always making more money outside the UFC though. Did he lose both of his belts or one of his belts? I think he lost both of his belts actually to Renier de Ridder. And then Renier de Ridder lost them to that crazy Russian guy. I think Moldalski is the guy's name or something like that. Like even that, people, if you look at Renier de Ridder, his only losses are to like a fucking freak. Like a crazy Russian dude. Like I made money when he beat Bo Nickel because I knew that was Bo Nickel rushed. He had no business being in the ring with De Ridder. De Ridder is a contender right now. Like him, I'm a huge Robert Whittaker fan. I worry about Robert Whittaker for that fight. That fight's going to be rough. Robert Whittaker needs to catch him with one of those little blitzes because if he doesn't, De Ridder's going to fuck him up. Three weeks notice is good, though, when you're 23. Most famous 3-week notice win is John Jones over Shogun Rua. If you're young, especially, you got to jump on opportunities like that. Because even if you lose, you didn't really lose. You're still young. You can come back. You can work your way back up. Second fighter in history with 100-plus significant strikes in 5 of his last 8 fights. The other one was Joanna. Would be the first fighter to accomplish the feat in 6 of his 9 fights. I was like, oh, I'm going to drink a couple beers, drink a couple of brews, and watch the fights. Now my wrist is throbbing. I'm curious to see how these two look when they're next to each other. I didn't see the face-offs, but I imagine Royval's huge next to Van. Van does not seem like the biggest 25er. Where Royval, I don't know how he fucking makes it. Who you guys got in this one? Royval or Van? Oh, what's that guy's name again? Is that Anthony Hernandez? Who's the guy who fought Cowboy and was talking mad shit and then lost? Is that Anthony Hernandez? Anthony Hernandez in his corner. Oh, man. "32-year-old Brandon Royval versus 23-year-old Joshua Van, 5'9" to 5'5". Joshua Van got those monkey arms though. 68-inch reach for Royval, 65 for Van. Who you guys got? Van or Royval? You gotta love the pay-per-views for how excited Bruce Buffer gets. Like, have you guys ever seen where Bruce Buffer did a cameo and was like, I forget the guy's name or the girl's name, but he was like, Brittany, Kyle wants to be single. Someone sent like a Bruce Buffer breakup cameo. And I imagine, because Bruce Buffer's popping right now, his cameo is probably a pretty penny. That's fucking hysterical that someone would be like, I'm going to send that. I'm going to send that to this bitch. And Royval trains in Colorado. 9 times out of 10, the fighters from Colorado got great cardio. But 125ers, do we ever see 125ers gas? Very rare. Oh, you seen the I forget the names, but he was like, she wants to be single. Shout out to Bruce Buffer for doing it. Bruce Buffer's a real one. Like most people be like, I can't do this. Bruce Buffer was like, $150? I'm in. And Bruce Buffer is like a coxman. Under that suit, he's fucking jacked. He's got abs. He's tan. And I've heard stories of Bruce Buffer. Like Bruce Buffer pulls bitches. Like models. Bruce Buffer's that guy. Yeah, Royval looks way longer than Joshua Van. Joshua Van's got to get in tight to land something. But yeah, it's crazy. Like, you see the fights and he looks huge. And then when you play the UFC video game, I haven't played it in forever, but I remember Royval. People would be Royval, and I'd be like, this is fucking cheap. Because he's huge. He's way bigger than all the other flyweights. Nice little counter left from Joshua Van. Good right hand from Joshua Van. Another right hand for Joshua Van. Joshua Van looks very composed for a 23-year-old. He's chilling in the pocket with a high guard, and when he sees the opening, he's firing. He's not feeling the moment right now. Feature fight on a main pay-per-view. I mean, Ilia versus, if you look at their followings, Ilia versus Charles is a pretty big fight. Ilia's got a big following, and Charles has a big following. So you'd imagine a good portion of their followings tune in for the fight. But we don't know what fights do anymore because UFC stopped releasing the pay-per-view numbers a while ago. So now we don't really know who draws and who does what. The only metric we have is looking at like YouTube views and Instagram views. And I don't know. Oh, another good right hand by Van. I don't know how accurate those views are. Oh, Royval's getting a little frustrated. Just got hit with a little left hook. He can't get sloppy here. He's got to stay patient. Good left hook by Van. Oh, good little straight right by Royval. Royval's nose a little red. Don't know if he's bleeding yet. Might be a little blood coming from Royval's nose. It says they're even in strikes, 20-19. Oh, Van just dropped. A little bit of a stumble, a little bit of a sloppy footing, but he got hit with a punch at the same time. So, to the judges, he might have just got dropped. Royval. He's having trouble right now with the counters from Joshua Van. Another good right hand from Van. Ooh, another right hand from Van. So far, though, he's just hitting him. He's not hurting him. Nice little sneaky right hook. Just landed for Royval. Oh, nice little check hook by Joshua Van. The numbers are saying it's close, but that's Joshua Van's round. Definitely Joshua Van's round in that fight, in that first one. All the big moments in that first round were Joshua Van's. Other than the maybe he got dropped, they're going to show us a replay here. But if anything, he was just flashed real quick. Might have been his footing. Yeah, they didn't even show the replay of that. But 1-0 Joshua Van. They are not putting the stats up. The stats have frozen for this fight. It might be because they're flyweights and they're throwing so quick. Ooh, a couple good body shots by Joshua Van as Royval tries to grab a tie clinch. I think he got off one glancing knee. Royval is just not effectively using his reach. He's got to get away from that tie clinch. Every time he keeps grabbing a tie clinch, he's just getting hit with shots. There's a straight left hand for Royval. First one I've seen him glance with. But even for like young fighters, Joshua Van, the way you always see young fighters try to do flashy shit. Ooh, good straight left hand for Royval. But Joshua Van keeps a tight guard. Most guys try to drop their hands and just move their head. Just keep your hands up. Ooh, good left hand. Two good left hands from Royval. Oh, these guys are trading right now on the feet. Couple good straight left hands landed for Royval. Good counter right by Van. 250 left in round number 2. I will say this. Royval's not getting tired. Van is slowing down a tiny bit. And we got about a minute left till it gets into like cardio check time. Royval's got a bloody nose. Good 1-2 just landed for Royval. We kind of saw it in the Dariush fight, too. If you got cardio, that's what you got to do is weaponize your cardio. Just put a pace on the guy that the guy can't keep. Little blood out of both guys' noses right now. Royval's been sticking a good jab the whole fight, but now they're starting to land with a little bit of effectiveness. Little left hand lands for Royval. Good counter right by Van. Another good jab for Royval. They're punching into a lot of car crashes, like both throwing and winding up in the clinch. Ooh, good right hand by Van. And right back to the jab from Royval. Royval's doing some good work with his jab. Ooh, good left hand by Royval. Another one. E3 should be in like an hour. Ooh, good right hand, left hook by Van. We got this fight has another 6 minutes, 10 minutes to it. Then probably some promos before. Oh, we got two, yeah, an hour at least. Because then we got a co-main event that's a 125-pound title fight. That's probably going the distance. It probably starts in an hour. You got 10 minutes in this fight, then you got a 125-pound title fight that's probably going 25 minutes. There is a realm where Pantoja knocks out Kai Kara France, though. Oh, good right hand lands for Joshua Van. Both of these guys trading. Van breathing heavy. Joshua Van is breathing very heavy right now. Bloody mouth, bloody nose. Where Val's got a little mouse under his eye, bloody nose. He seems like he's chilling, though. Van is definitely breathing heavier. But Van is doing a very good job with the counters. Oof. Big right hand by Van. Yeah, Van is killing him with the counters. Round 3. I'm going to say it might be 1-1. Could be 2-0 somebody. But I think it was first round Van, second round Royval. Round 2 just off volume. Nice little 1-2 from Royval. Nice left hand lands for Royval. Good body kick. Oh my God, tell me he did that. Yes! Yes! Please don't do no fucking error or nothing. Yes! Yes! Beautiful. Beautiful. Just won a $1,700 parlay. All right, back to the fights now. I'm sorry, guys. I was sweating that fucking parlay right there. Shout out to James Wood on the Washington Nationals. But back to this third round. This is the round that I think decides this fight. Oh, it looked like Van hurt him right there. I gotta just double check. You know, when you hit a parlay, you gotta always like make sure that shit went green. Oh, thank God. A nice right hand from Van. Yeah, every time Van has landed big shots, Royval just stalks. Ooh, nice one too from Royval. Good body kick by Royval. Another good right hand from Van. I'm not the biggest 125 fan, but I'd watch these guys fight 5 rounds. This was a good fight. And I was a skeptic of Joshua Van because he hasn't been in there with the highest level guys at 125 yet, but he's proving me wrong right now. And he's fucking up my other parlay because I had Royval. Way more strike attempts from Royval, though. So hopefully they score that. Ooh, good left hand, but he slips when he throws it. That fucks him up. Ooh, good left hook by Van. Royval eats it. Great fight. Swing until the end. 10 seconds. Both guys swinging. Oh! Van just dropped Royval. Dropped him with a left hook. Sealed the deal right there. Royval was hurt right there. Fuck. Royval did the discount double check. He wants to fight the winner. He might have earned it right there because I feel like Royval could have been in that main event over Kai Kara France, having just beat Brandon Moreno. Damn, 29-28. Van. That was a good fight. Oof. Great fight. You know, I fucked up. Once you crack the seal, it starts happening. Man, though, what a G fucking James Wood is. The fucking man, James Wood. So significant strikes. Round 1, 36-31 Van. Round 2, 80-57 Royval. Round 3, 73-67 Royval. I think he was winning round 3 till he got dropped. Let's see what we got. Probably Van. 2-1. Definitely Van. Bro, Van surprised me tonight. How old is Van? Can Van be the youngest champion in UFC history? If they give him the winner of Kai Kara France versus Pantoja? That was a good fight. And again, women's MMA and 125, I will always shit on. But that was a good fight. That deserves to beat Brandon Royval on 3 weeks' notice. Get this guy a title shot. This guy deserves a title shot. Absolutely deserves a title shot. Definitely gained a fan in that one. Big win for Joshua Van. He made me a believer with that one because I think Royval was almost the boogeyman at 125 because he's so big. Oh, good left hook. I'd watch Joshua Van versus the winner of Kai Kara France versus Pantoja. Pantoja needs title challengers, and again, I feel like this fight should have been Royval's title shot. Deserved it more than Kai Kara France. And they just had to do Kai Kara France because we've already seen Royval versus Pantoja. And even then, it's like a dud when you see two 125-pound fights on the card, but this fight delivered right here. Oh, he deserves that. Get Joshua Van the face off with the winner. He deserves that shit. I'm now a believer, Joshua Van. Joshua Van made me a believer with that one. Again, like I was saying, you always see guys, they want to lower their hands and move their head. He keeps a tight guard, and that's huge. Good fundamentals. He said he's only been training for 5 years. Justin Gaethje with his nephew, who looks just like him. Don't know who the fuck Taylor Lewan is. Shout out Matt Hughes. Mackenzie Dern looking good. The legend, Robbie Lawler. There he is. Oh, fuck you, Michael Chandler. Oh, that's crazy. They actually... Aljo! They should cheer Aljo. Aljo deserves his respect. Vitor Belfort, the Fighting Nerds, Carlos Ulberg. They got to show Izzy if they're going to show Carlos Ulberg. Oh, there you go. I was going to say, if they snub Israel Adesanya. Great. Fucking great. So now we got co-main event. Kai Kara France, Pantoja coming up. Let me grab the next beverage. Hey, Joe. Oh, fuck. Ilia versus Charles is coming up in probably like 45 minutes. Jack Joe. We have Kai Kara France versus Pantoja coming up next. They'll probably do 10 minutes of bullshit, then get them in the cage. They're probably going 25 minutes, but I could see Pantoja stopping Kai Kara France. Kai Kara France landing something. It's tough with Pantoja. He's been on top for a minute. Usually, you can only stay on top for so long before you slip on a banana peel. Oh, fuck. What's up? Hello. All right. I think I hit the wrong button. Yes. I would say that actually. That might have been fight of the year. But it's 125ers, so it's like they're tapping each other, and it's like, oh, a big punch landed, but they're tapping each other. It was a good fight. I would never give 125ers fight of the year. Like, nobody, actually, I was going to say nobody almost got knocked out. Royval almost got knocked out with like 10 seconds left. Very good fight. Not fight of the year. Definitely fight of the night. It's going to be hard to overdo or outdo. I don't know off the top of my head what fight would be fight of the year, but it could be in the conversation. I wouldn't bullet point be like fight of the year. But I'm also a hater of 125-pound fights as well as women's fights. So, but it was good. If you didn't watch it, I'd recommend watching it after the fact. Yes. Manel Cap, I think, is the only guy I've seen recently that has knockout power at 125. And you could say Pantoja and Kai Kara France have capability of knocking people out, but not a lot of knockouts at 125. Similar to women's. Yeah, I agree. Really good fight. Van made me a believer because I thought Royval was going to fuck him up, but Van's good in the pocket, high guard. A lot of times you see guys like after they punch, their hands are out here, not ready for a counter. His hands were always right here. Very good counter punching from him. I was impressed. But I'd be lying if I was saying I don't. I hope Kai Kara France gets knocked the fuck out for that goofy shit he did, pulling his head back and sticking his tongue out like he's doing some Warrior Mana shit. Yeah, Kai's got some knockout power. That's why he's live in this fight. Pantoja, though, too. He's got some power for a 125er. Kai's definitely got more, but Pantoja should dog walk him. But when you're on top, I always say it's easier to become champion than it is to stay champion because you're always fighting guys when they're giving their all versus it's another night in the office for you. So we'll see what happens with that. But I got Pantoja. I think Pantoja stops Kai Kara France. But Kai's live in this fight because of his punching power. But, I mean, I'm American, so Not that either one of these guys are American, but whenever you see like an Aussie like start acting crazy, you're like, all right. I like Volk. I really like Volk. Volk's one of the nicest guys I've ever met or interacted with. Never met Kai Kara France, so I guess I can't speak too harshly on him. But that shit he did at the weigh-ins was goofy. That's just me, though. You know, it's like, yeah, it's his tongue out. If Pantoja wanted to get face-to-face, he would have licked him. Like, get the fuck out of here with that. It's like you ever see Weidman versus Chris Weidman versus Anderson Silva when they, like, kissed. It's like, come on, bro. Get that off my screen. I could see Pantoja by TKO or submission in this fight. And you got to look at it. I always look at guys' records a little bit. 11 losses for Kai Kara France. Exactly. Only takes one punch. You can't sleep on them. But they are at 125, so. Let's see. He beat Urseg. Split decision loss to Amir Albazi. Lost by strikes to Moreno. Oskar Askayev. Cody Garbrandt. Little bit of a sketchy record for Kai. This fight is more of a case of he beat Urseg and there's nothing else for Pantoja. Pantoja's on his second lap at 125 at this point. He's already beaten Moreno twice. He beat Royval twice. He beat Urseg, and I think they wanted to do... Oh, no, he beat Moreno 3 times. I think they wanted to do him versus Urseg again, and Urseg lost. But I think Moreno or Royval deserved this fight, but now he lost. So now Joshua Van just opened 125 back up a little bit. Like now, Pantoja has a contender. But Kai could pull off the upset, but 25-9 versus 25-11. That means there's ways to beat Kai Kara France. The only way you're beating so far, let me see. I don't know how he lost in 2010 or 2008 because it doesn't say, but the only way to beat Pantoja is by decision. I don't know if Kai Kara France is that guy, so he needs to land something. Kai Kara France, you could beat him by decision, you could beat him by sub, or you could knock him out. This is almost like a filler fight. Yes, but Charles rebirthed himself at 55. He went on that little run. And yeah, same thing though too. Charles has been submitted by way lesser foes, but you know that saying, fatigue makes cowards of men. And when you're gassed, lesser skilled grapplers can catch up to you a little bit. And I think that's what we've seen with Oliveira, is cardio issues. But Oliveira had that rebirth at 155 where he definitely showed that evolution, that like quitter in him was gone. But gone-ish, because it's always still there. I think we saw it against Islam, where he got into some trouble and was like, tonight I'm gonna give it up. But yeah, Arman went on that, Oliveira went on that crazy run at 55. So he's a little bit different than Kai. But you could say Oliveira too. We've seen him submitted. We've seen him knocked out. We've seen him lose by decision. Versus Ilia, who we've never seen lose yet. Like I said it earlier, how you look at how to beat somebody is you don't look at their wins and see what they're good at. You look at their losses and see where they struggled. And then you try to put that in their head or get that in the atmosphere. My prediction for the main event, I think Ilia knocks him out. TKO. He knocked out Volk. He knocked out Max. People forget Oliveira had a whole career at 45, and he wasn't the best. He moved up to 55. He caught a little bit of wind in his sails and became champion, but I don't think he was ever the best lightweight ever. So Ilia knocked out 2 of the best featherweights ever. So even if he wasn't there long, he puts himself on the Mount Rushmore, puts himself in the conversation by who he beat. You are in Italy right now. Can't wait. I always wanted to go to Italy. Shout out to Italy. Italy's a beautiful country. I'm half Italian, so I always wanted to go. My grandma always goes to Italy, or used to always go to Italy. Now she's getting up there, but I got some family there. Maybe one day I'll wind up in Italy. But beautiful place from what I've seen in photos and what people tell me. But yeah, shout out to the people in Italy right now. Are you watching the fights in Italy? Because I know a lot of the European countries, they don't even pay for the fights. They get the fights free as part of like BT Sport or whatever the fuck it is. He ate that head kick, though. He ate that head kick. That's the one thing that I was watching even someone do a breakdown, and I was like, okay, is the shots you don't see are the shots that hurt you, and it's usually a left hook or a head kick that sneaks. Not that Oliveira's got head kicks like that, but he does have the left hook. He does have one of the best left hooks, a tight, crisp left hook. So there are openings against Ilia, but every time we've seen Ilia hit, like Emmett hit him a few times, ate them. What's his name? Volk hit him a few times. He ate them. He's never been, I don't know if we've ever seen him rocked other than that kick that he ate pretty good. You paid $6 to watch the fights? That's crazy. But yeah, shout out Italy. I love Italy. Both of my dad is half Italian and my mom is half Italian. And then I have some Italian ancestors from my dad's mom's side. And my little grandma, my great grandma, was from Italy, an immigrant. Oh, yeah, yeah. The power at 155 versus 120, night and day. 125, you're almost always guaranteed the over for a round and a half or 2.5. Same as women's MMA. There's not a lot of knockouts at the smaller weight classes. But as you start climbing the weight classes, there's some knockouts. Oh, you got to visit America. America's a good place. We get a bad rap around the world, but America's great. But yeah, Italy's the shit. I've always heard good things about Italy. And I'm from Long Island, but now I'm upstate in New York. I am a big Jersey Shore fan, so when they went to Italy, that was like culture for me. But yeah, like I said, my grandma used to always go, and she used to bring me home shit. And then my little grandma from my little great grandma, she settled in Queens when she moved here, but she used to teach me Italian when I was a little kid. She used to teach me how to cook eggplant palm, shit like that. The Italian cuisine. But yes, I love it. Love Italians, love Italy. Italian women, beautiful. Italian food, delicious. The country looks beautiful. So shout out Italy. No disrespect, no hate here. And 6 a.m. You're staying up. You are a fight fan if you're staying up for the fights. But yeah, like just I get it. He's doing his country shit. It's a little goofy to me. It's a little goofy to me what Kai Kara France does. Makes me root against him. And Pantoja, don't know him personally. I have some mutual friends with him. I've always heard nicest guy in the world, super cool, very humble despite being champion for a minute. I've always heard good things about Pantoja. Definitely rooting for him in this fight. Shout out American Top Team. Love American Top Team. Was fortunate enough to train with some of the guys down there over the years, my younger years. And yeah, I've become a Pantoja fan. I like Pantoja. Yeah, same as I got to go to Italy. You got to come to America. America's a great place. Again, I know the rest of the world and the news and the stories sometimes paint America in a bad light, but America's a good place. Land of opportunity. And same as Italy. Like, I got to go to Italy legally. You come to America legally, you'll have a great time. You come and break laws and shit, then it's like, oh, all right, you're causing problems. So, Pantoja, Kaikar, France, round one. Number 4, Kaikar, France. On his 1-fight win streak to get a title shot, which is crazy. Oh, big right hand by Pantoja. I don't like. All right, good takedown. Because I was going to say, I don't like the way he's chasing Kaikar France right now, but he gets the takedown. Nice mat return. Good job by Kaikar France popping back up as Pantoja's trying to throw the hooks in. He gets the hooks in. Oh, this fight might be quick here. Got the body triangle in, 30 seconds in. Exactly what you just said. What's up, AC? Same thing as Demetrius Johnson. It's just the average person, the average fan, just, I don't know what it is, 125 just doesn't get the respect. They've never gotten the respect. Demetrius Johnson, have you ever watched Demetrius Johnson's content now? Like his podcast or any of the things he does? He's one of the funniest fucking people on the internet. Like the UFC just wasn't able to capture that and let it translate into the fans. Demetrius Johnson is fucking funny. If you watch any of the content he puts out, he's good. Like, it just didn't catch on when he was in the UFC. That the UFC actually fucking traded him. Like, they wanted to get rid of him. They had beef with him, though, because he wanted more money, and they never liked the guys that want more money. John Jones, Ngannou, Randy Couture. That's who they always beef with, the guys who don't just eat the shit. But Demetrius Johnson's a funny motherfucker. And he was very I don't want to say underrated because they say he's the GOAT, or one of the GOATs. He's definitely undervalued and under-respected. Like, he didn't get enough respect. Now I see his clips, and he's fucking funny. Like, you ever see that one clip where he's like, my brother's gay? And I always tell him, don't come over here with that gay shit. Like, don't come around my kids with that gay shit. And many other clips that I've seen of Demetrius Johnson where he's funny. But here we are 2 minutes later. Still body triangle for Pantoja. Controlling Kaikar France. And we know that part of the world, this is still the hole, is their grappling. Up, head and arm triangle. This is tight. Kaikar France about to get submitted. Up, he bridged out of it. Good job by Kaikar France. But he's in trouble here because he's got Pantoja on top of him. They're dry. This fight right now is at a pace that Pantoja wants it at. But like I was saying, we've always seen that this part of the world, New Zealand, Australia, like their grappling is still the thing that they're a little bit behind in. Volk, a little bit of an outlier. Volk's grappling's pretty good, especially his scrambling, defending against takedowns and whatnot. But a lot of the guys from that part of the world, once they hit the mat, they're still a little bit behind, especially the Brazilians. They're behind the Brazilians. Where Brazilians, this is when you come out of the crib, you get a gi. And Pantoja, one of the best grapplers, if not the best, at 125. Champion for a minute right now. Kai's doing good right now, though, surviving. Minute and 10 left. Oh, yeah. Beautiful. Beautiful. Beautiful day. But yeah, Pantoja's talented. I've always heard Everyone that knows, I don't know him personally, but I have friends that know him. Everybody that knows him says he's the nicest guy in the world. Every fighter I've talked to says Pantoja's the nicest guy in the world. He's a family man. Like, I know him and Gilbert Burns are pretty good friends, and like their families hang out together and whatnot, and just always speaks very highly of him. Humble, nice dude, good dude. So I can't say bad things about somebody that everybody else says good things about. Plus, dominant champion right now at 125. We saw, other than Demetrius Johnson, who else was dominant at 125? We kind of see the belt get passed around otherwise. Other than him and Pantoja, right? Who else was dominant at 125? I don't think anybody that I could think of. My brain might be drawing a blank, though. Good round, though, for Kai Kara-France in that he survived being on the ground for 4 minutes and 30 seconds, survived some bad positions, but definitely 1-0, maybe 10-8, depending on the judge. I'd say 10-9 because he got out of back control, wasn't in too bad of spots. Round 2. Fight! But, again, 125-pound fight, we're probably going 5 rounds here. I don't like how Pantoja chases him a little bit on the feet, though. That's like Kai's just going to skate, and then throw something. Don't reach. But yeah, 125, you can always bet the over on the rounds. Very rarely is it going to, maybe submission, but very rarely is the fight going to end before a round and a half or 2.5 rounds. But I'm seeing a lot of the comments on Threads. I don't know what Threads is. Is Threads like the Instagram thing? A lot of the comments are 10-9 Pantoja. Nice little body kick into a right hand by Pantoja. Now he looks like he calmed down a little bit. He was kind of like chasing Kai Kara-France. Couple good leg kicks from Pantoja. Kai Kara-France definitely doesn't want to get taken down again. You could see he's trying to really keep the range in kicking range from Pantoja, which doesn't help him. He's not the kicker. I'd say Pantoja's a better kicker, and there's a nice takedown by Pantoja. Right as I said it, Pantoja threw 2 punches, landed a low kick, and then got a takedown. And now he's on top in closed guard, and we're not going to see no arm bars, no submission attempts, no sweeps from Kai Kara-France. He's just going to hold, hope for Pantoja to make a mistake or maybe get back to his feet in a scramble. Pantoja looking to pass. Kai Kara-France giving up his back, trying to get back to his feet. But that's something we've seen too. Pantoja is so good at the mat return and getting you back down once you try to scramble up. He got him down once. Kai popped back up. Now he's up on his feet. Pantoja's on a single leg. Good defense right now by Kai Kara-France, and he gets away. Now he's got to make Pantoja pay. Ooh, good right hand by Kai Kara-France. Pantoja looks a little bit lethargic right now. Did Pantoja gas himself out? So again, Pantoja looks a little slow right now. Guys usually slow down at like the 7-minute mark. We just passed that. Minute and 45 left in the second round. And Pantoja's punches really slowed down right now. Couple of deep breaths from Kai Kara-France, though, too. He's been getting out-grappled, but I do not like how slow Pantoja looks right now. He's definitely taking some breaths trying to get himself back. Little head kick attempt by Pantoja, misses. Now Kai Kara-France is going for a takedown. And Pantoja welcomes this. Pantoja's gassed out right now. Pantoja gassed himself out. Pantoja changes levels. He's in on a single. And now if Kai defends this, Pantoja's fucking tired right now. He's stumbling on his feet right, like not stumbling. What's the word I'm looking for? Like his feet keep coming together, like his footwork's not there right now. This is Kai Kara-France's moment, if there's ever been one. He's got to do something in his next 30 seconds. Ooh, good knee by Pantoja up the middle. All right, Pantoja speeded up a little bit. Looks like he caught his breath a little bit. But yeah, Pantoja slowed down a lot. He's just kind of skating away, moving backwards, trying to avoid the exchanges right now. End of round 2. 2-0 Pantoja. But don't like the way Pantoja looks right now. Definitely he's taking deep breaths, looks a little fatigued. They're like helping him in his corner right now. Where is this fight? Vegas. This fight ain't at altitude. This dude looks fucking exhausted. Kai Kara-France's whole head is lumped up. He's got a bruise here, 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 and here. They're doing these, trying to help Pantoja breathe. But Pantoja really slowed down toward the end of that second round. And now for a champion, it's tough when you're champion because you're getting all these other media things, all these other appearances. You're making more money. I think the expression is always it's harder to get up and train and do road work when you're sleeping in silk sheets. But let me see who looks fresher right now. Hopefully Pantoja catches a second win, but he looked very slow and lethargic at the end of that second round. Round 3. All right, he looks a little speeded up this third round. He's doing that chasing thing, though, again. All right, he's in on a takedown. Ooh, Kai just landed a nice uppercut. And now Kai's got his back, or not Kai. Pantoja's got his back, but was having trouble mat returning him there. Pushes him against the cage, throws one hook in. But yeah, he's definitely labored right now, Pantoja. Matt returns him, but Pantoja does a good job of staying above his hip so he can't put both hooks in. So right now we got Pantoja up against the cage with now he's got one hook in. Now he's got a body triangle. Kai did not react quick enough there. I mean, he's tired too. He's been out grappled for majority of this fight, but right now Pantoja's got this body triangle. He's just trying to rest and hold him. Like, flyweights are always fast. Pantoja looks dog shit slow right now. Looks like a tired heavyweight. Oh, he's under the neck. He's under the neck. Rear naked choke. Pantoja, this is done. This is done. He's fighting. Kai's fighting. Kai's fighting. Keep fighting, Kai. Keep fighting, Kai. He tapped. Third round submission for Pantoja. Kai was doing a good job of hand fighting, but he gave up on himself right there. And now he's laying face down in disappointment. Could have kept hand fighting. He could have kept hand fighting. Go to sleep, bro. Keep hand fighting until you die. I mean, I had Pantoja. I had a nice parlay that was looking good. The only thing that has now screwed it was Brandon Royval. Everything else is green except for Royval. Bastard. Now they're showing Moreno. Moreno don't deserve this fight. Joshua Van deserves this fight. Moreno, and I like Moreno, but Pantoja's already beat him 3 times. Do we really want to see him lose a 4th time? He beat him on The Ultimate Fighter, and he beat him twice in the UFC. I'm good on a 4th fight. Brandon Moreno needs to hang out in the back until Pantoja loses. Or go fight Henry Cejudo in Mexico. That'd be a big fight. At 135. Ooh, now that they're saying that, I mean, not that he was going to lose this fight, but whenever a guy comes into a fight and says, I had the best training camp, I'm in the best shape, 9 times out of 10, they lose. That's just not the recipe for a win for some reason in combat sports. It's just never been the recipe. Which is crazy. You would think easily, oh, he's in the best shape. He had the best training camp. Just not, never a good thing to hear. But Pantoja, another win. Very dominant champion. If I'm the UFC, I bring Joshua Van in here right now. And I say, you guys ready to run this before the end of the year? Use this UFC event, this UFC 317 event as a marketing tool to get that next fight already out there. Like, I remember last time Pantoja won, he called out Demetrius Johnson, and Demetrius Johnson was like, I'm fucking retired. Let's see if he calls out Joshua Van. Bro, he was looking fucking very tired before that rear naked choke. Like, I don't know if Kai Kara France caught on to how tired Pantoja looked right there. Nice job, Joe Rogan. Oh, they're nice. They're doing it. They're bringing Joshua Van in. That's what's up. Oh, Pantoja's like chucking his chin up, mean mugging him. All right, they did good right there. That's a good fight. I'm into that. Oh, now they got the face off. How old is Joshua Van? Can he be the youngest champion? Like, whatever the date is that they got to make that fight, if Joshua Van has potential to be the youngest champion ever, they need to make that fight ASAP. Nice performance there by Pantoja. Next up, Oliveira versus Ilia. Let's see how long of a fucking build-up they do. One more. Whatever happened, they're showing Cowboy. Whatever happened to Cowboy coming back? Remember Cowboy was saying he was getting off the juice and coming back? Heavyweight Patty. Heavyweight Patty Pimblett. Not the ovation I would have expected for Tom Aspinall. I would have thought he would have got a bigger ovation being the now champion of the heavyweight division. So one fight left. Oliveira versus Ilia. Who you guys got? I got Ilia by TKO. And I think Volk, Max Holloway, and then Charles Oliveira stamp his fucking ticket to the Hall of Fame. That's three of the best that we've seen in the last 20 years, 30 years. Two of the best featherweights of all time. You could put Oliveira in the conversation for one of the best, not the best, but one of the best lightweights of all time. I'm into it. But does Joshua Van have anything for Pantoja? The Joshua Van that I saw tonight, but that's the thing too. We already know what Pantoja's going to do in that fight. Pantoja's going to grapple him. Can Joshua Van grapple? That's the question. Can he avoid the takedowns? That's the question. Because we know Pantoja can grapple. We know Pantoja can strike enough to get it into the grappling. Oh, shit. I forgot about Jake Paul. Did Jake Paul fight yet? I missed that Jake Paul fight. I wanted to watch the Holly Holm fight as well. Oh, that fight's on right now at this second. Let me see that. Jake Ipal. Jake Paul versus Cesar Chavez. Oh, round 2. All right. Didn't miss much. What's up, Joe? So we got the promos now playing for Oliveira versus Ilia. And we just tuned into Yakpal. How old is Cesar Chavez in this fight, though, is the question. Like, remember, Julio Cesar Chavez lost to Anderson Silva in boxing. He hasn't been a relevant boxer in a very long time. He's now on this novelty fight YouTube circuit. Plus, his glory days were at 60 or 68. Definitely not 200 pounds, which is where he's fighting Jake Paul at. Now, I missed round 1, I missed round 2, but I'm watching round 3, and he looks like dog shit. He's got Jake Paul pot-shotting him right now. He was never good either. He was always on the father's coattails. He was good, but he wasn't that. He wasn't his father. He wasn't a champion-level fighter. He was always a little bit beneath that. Way beneath his father, but a little bit beneath, like, legit champion-level fighters. I'd imagine it's probably 2-0 Jake Paul right now. Where is this Jake Paul fight as well? And even that, bad move by Jake Paul. Like, why are you going against, like, Oliveira versus Ilia? They're two of the bigger UFC fighters. Two of the guys with bigger some of the bigger followings. Like, you should have led into the UFC or gone on during the prelims, and then you could have captured the UFC audience. Like, the second Ilia versus Charles starts, I'm going to that, my main screen. And I'll watch bullshit highlights of Jake Paul. Definitely won't go back and watch the fight. Like, he's got me for maybe like this 10 minutes before this fight starts. We got Oliveira walking out. Julio Cesar Chavez Sr. is going fucking nuts in Chavez Jr.'s corner or ringside. I don't know if he's in the corner. But just very basic techniques from Jake Paul. are giving Chavez problems. Just a jab and a right hand. Nothing special. He's winning this fight with a jab so far, from what I've seen. No marks on either guy. I don't know what landed in round 1 or 2. But yeah, that's what I wanted to see. Did Holly Holm win? And how did she look? I know she was fighting a tough, undefeated Mexican girl. Holly Holm dominates Yolanda Vega. And she did a backflip. I'm trying to see that face-off picture. Was Yolanda Vega hot? Yeah, the girl she fought looks pretty good. $190 was a scorecard, so 10-round fight. Holly dominated all 10 rounds. Good for Holly. Love Holly Holm. Sweet lady. I want to see. Now I'm going to switch my screens. I want to see Ilia's entrance because I feel like Ilia's on the verge of being a superstar. He's not going to be Conor McGregor-esque because I don't know if Georgia really gets behind fighters the way Ireland did. They do get behind their fighters, but I don't know to that same magnitude. But I always gauge it off Instagram followers because I think that's a good metric, as well as like views on videos. I feel like Ilia is a star right now in the UFC. He's captivating American fans, and he's got an international following. And it's looking over here like Chavez Jr. is just a punching bag for Jake Paul, which is fucking crazy. I mean, they're cheering for Ilia. Ilia's doing a little jog to the cage. What you guys got? Ilia or Charles? The Spaniard or the Brazilian? Ay, 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 ay. If he wins tonight, he's superstar status. Beating Max and beating Volk at 145 is one thing, but moving up, and if he could stop, impressively beat Oliveira. Like, it is crazy that him and I got Topuria. I think Topuria wins by TKO. It's crazy though that Topuria and Patty had that interaction years ago, and now they've both kept winning since then. Even though I do think Patty lost to Jared Gordon. Shout out to homie Jared Gordon. But they're now on a trajectory to have a big super fight. Mark Goddard, you better let this fight fucking go, Mark Goddard. No early stoppages, Mark Goddard. He let one of the prelims go too long. He always does that shit. There's not a card I can't remember where I saw Mark Goddard. He lets the prelims go too long. And he'll stop a main card or a main event fight early. 35 versus 28. I always speak on 35-year-olds. They usually don't win fights, so it's not looking good for Oliveira. But 5-inch reach, 3-inch in height. A lot of the intangibles favor Oliveira. Bruce Buffer about to pop a blood vessel. But yeah, like, how can Jake Paul go against this? Jake Paul versus Chavez Jr. is one of the boringest fucking boxing fights you can think of right now. This fight is terrible. Why would he go against the UFC card? He should have had this fight on earlier. Or he should have waited for them to walk and gone on after. And then he'd get more viewers. I'm pretty sure I'm not alone that the second this main event starts, I'm going right to that. And I'm done with Jake Paul for the night. But yeah, him versus Chavez is a dog shit fight. It's Ilia's smiling, looks comfortable. Oliveira's a plus 330 underdog. Oh, it probably already started. I was going to try to sneak a bet in. Yeah, it did. Let me see what they'll let me sneak in. Nothing. It seems like the crowd might be a little more pro Oliveira, though. I heard a little bit of ooh when they started announcing Topuria. Me, I am a bigger Topuria fan than I am an Oliveira fan. I like Ilia. All right, one last check. Yeah, that Jake Paul fight is dog shit. Not even an entertaining fight in any which way. Little hug from Ilia and Charles. Mark Goddard giving the final instructions. And here we go, round one. I got Ilia by first round knockout. Maybe second. Under 2.5 rounds, Ilia. Oh, they're coming out quick. Oliveira trying to work his kicks, couple of teep kicks, a low kick, a good jab from Topuria. Good right hand landed for Oliveira. Ilia ate it. Cut on the eye for Oliveira from a little glancing left hook from Ilia. Oliveira's in on a double leg, in on a takedown, got his hands clasped and a body lock. Right now, Oliveira's got Ilia pressed up against the cage, trying to use his size, and Oliveira goes for a takedown. Ilia winds up on top. Good spot for Oliveira, though. He's dangerous off his back. Ooh, guard pass by Ilia into side control. Now he's got the crucifix. He is not sweating Oliveira's ground game so far. Oh, leg lock attempt by Oliveira. Good defense by Ilia. Good defense there on the leg lock by Oliveira. Now he's got him in like a leg weave. Oh, he gets out. Oliveira laying on his back with his hands resting on his head. Not the best optics that we've seen for Oliveira in the past. I don't know if Charles is winning this, Stugs. You might be smoking. You might be smoking on the peace pipe, trying to chill after this, calm your nerves, because I think he's about to get TKO'd. Nice right hand lands for Ilia. Oh, nice little sneaky uppercut by Oliveira. Good jabs. Oh, he's out. He's out. Oliveira just got knocked out. Holy shit. Holy shit. Out cold. Oliveira is out cold right now. I saw a left hook. I saw a right hand. He hit him with a couple of things right there. I think it was the left hook. Holy shit. Holy fucking shit. Wow. I thought he would TKO him. I didn't think he was going to flatline him like that. That happened so quick, too. I don't even know if he followed up? Let me see this. Jab. Right hand, left hook. Oh, and then a hammer, and then two hammer fists. Clean right hand, clean left hook, clean two hammer fists. Good jab, started it. Big right hand, big left hook. Oliveira actually got dropped, and his head hit his own knee before he hit the mat. He was out on the right hand. He's out on the right hand. The left hook, he's on his way down. Hits his own knee, and he's out cold. Eyes are open, looking up at the lights. Two hammer fists, eyes are still open. Holy shit. Bro, Ilia is the truth. Justin Gaethje giving him a standing ovation. Patty Pimblett's giving him an ovation. Arman looks pissed. Bro, Ilia is the fucking truth. Max Holloway, Volkanovski, and Topuria. And Oliveira. That's one of the greatest runs I've seen in combat sports. And not, controversially anything. Knocked all three the fuck out. Cold. Knocked all three out cold. Holy shit. Yes, absolutely. Ilia is an assassin. That was impressive. Add on the Volk and Max knockouts to knock out Oliveira like that. Who else? We've seen Oliveira tired and TKO'd. We have never seen him flatlined like that. Clean jab. Backed up. Clean right hand. Clean left hook. And his girl's a smoke show. His girl is hot. Hot as fuck. Dude did that in style. I was trying to bet it. They wouldn't let me. I knew it would be under 2 rounds. Two-weight world champion. I hope he calls out fucking Islam. At first, you were kind of like, damn, why are the odds so crazy in this fight? Now you see why. Ilia is the truth. He's got his 2 belts. All the glory to God. Holy shit. Again, I knew he was going to win, or I thought he was going to win. I thought he was going to win by like TKO, like Oliveira is hurt. I didn't think he would flatline Oliveira like that. Those knockouts are the most vicious. When they drop, his head hit his own knee. He's out on that right hand. The left hook was just for good measure, and then he hits his knee, and then he gets hammer-fisted twice. Damn. Like, if Ilia retired right now, he's in the conversation of the GOAT. Oh, he's cursing, and they're like, he said Arman's not ready, his back's always hurt, and now they're talking about Paddy Pimblett. I like what the UFC's doing here. They're building up their fights with the current pay-per-view. They're about to bring Paddy in here. Please bring Paddy in. Oh, shit, they're bringing Paddy in? Oh, shit, they're bringing Paddy in. Justin Gaethje and Arman must be fucking pissed right now. This is the next fight. Paddy looks like a fucking heavyweight next to him. Scousers don't get knocked out. Ilia pushed Paddy. Paddy looks huge next to Ilia. But I do think Ilia TKOs Paddy. If not, flatlines him. Justin Gaethje must be punching air right now that he got, and Arman. Gaethje and Arman must be punching air. What they need to do, if that's the fight they're going with, Gaethje versus Arman, undercard, winner gets the next title shot, and they could do Paddy versus Ilia. But yes, that's the biggest fight they can make right now is him versus Patty. And then again, put Arman versus Gaethje. If not on the undercard, put them a week before, a week after. And then you could do this in the cage thing. I love that they did that tonight for 2 fights. They used UFC 317 as the marketing tool for the next fights. They got to start doing that shit more. Knocked out cold. 3 legends back to back to back. And this motherfucker probably was drinking wine yesterday during the weight cut. I'm all in, bro. I like Ilia Topuria. I'm a fucking fan. He's almost like, dare I say, like humble Connor. Like he's not quite the asshole, not in a bad way. He's not quite the asshole Connor was, but he's an asshole. His chick is a fucking dime. Knocked out Volk. Knocked out Holloway. Now they're showing the Volk knockout. Flatline Volk. Slumped Volk over. Knocked out Holloway. Had Holloway like no mas. Bro. Who the fuck has anything for that guy right now? His hands are so tight and crisp. He knocked out Oliveira at lightweight quicker and easier than he knocked out Max and Volk. Max and Volk at least had moments. Oliveira landed 1 right hand that Ilia ate. Bro, I'm sold on Ilia. That guy's good. And again, his chick is a fucking smoke show. Like, we've all seen those guys that are like, oh, my chick's... No. His chick's a smoke show. Your chick's not. His chick is. I don't think Patty has a fucking chance. Patty's way bigger, but Patty does not have the striking to hang with fucking Ilia. Ilia is the next generational superstar. He's already better than McGregor, and Patty gets whacked. Yeah. What's up, Steeler Nation? How you been? I'm trying to get back in. They got me. I was laid up. I got wrist surgery. I got some back shit coming up. But I'm trying to get zoned back in. Ilia brought me out. I knew he'd win it in under 2. I didn't know he'd flatline Oliveira like that. That shit's crazy. Yeah, bro, I don't know. Patty's got a chin. All right, now I could jump back on. So Jake Paul over here, we got round 9. Jake Paul's gassed out, and Chavez is starting to hit him. Steeler Nation, what'd you think of the rest of the card? Oh, amazing card. There you go. They're like celebrating right now because Chavez won 1 round, I think. He won his first round. Bro, I'm like fucking baffled right there by Ilia. Again, I knew he was going to beat Oliveira, or at least I thought he was going to beat Oliveira. But that was crazy. Oh, well, what would be the bet? I got Ilia winning. I would put him by knockout, sure, but Patty's yet to be knocked out. Patty's showing a really good chin. Like, there were some shots. Jared caught him with some good ones. Jared shown to have knockout power. Chandler hit him with some good ones that I was like, oh, he ate that. But yeah, Ilia's got some next level power. He's got some thump. You know how it is. When I'm a diehard, I got to watch everything. So when they were walking out, Ilia and Charles, I put on the Jake Paul fight. Didn't watch any of it when they were on. It went quick. But now I jumped back on because I kind of heard the noise in the background of them talking about Chavez doing something. And we all want to see Jake Paul get knocked out. We all want to see him get knocked out. He's not fighting the guys, though, that could do it. He's still picking on littler guys. Like, Chavez was a champion at, I think, 68 or 60. Islam is thinking, good idea, I moved up to 70. Like, you even saw that moment where Oliveira tried to manhandle Ilia and body lock him and throw him to the ground. Ilia fucking reversed him and wound up on top. Got out of the leg lock attempt. Didn't panic when Oliveira went for a leg lock. I think he would do something similar to Volk in the first fight. Like, he has some scrambling ability, and he could do something for Islam. But Islam's huge. The way Oliveira looked bigger than him tonight, Islam looked way bigger than Oliveira. Islam, and I've heard people say it before, he's a weight bully. Like, Islam's on, like, death's door to make 155. Like, tell Islam 153 and he would die. I think the opposite. I think Tom Aspinall is literally to John Jones just the flavor of the week. I think, and I've saw so many people say it, they gave him the money. They didn't give him the money. Ariel Helwani reported that. Ariel Helwani's a fucking idiot who makes up shit for his YouTube channel. Dana White even said John Jones got what he deserved. That means he got underpaid. He didn't get what he asked for because Dana White thinks all the fighters should get less than they fucking deserve. So I think John Jones had his number. The number wasn't met, so he went, I'll retire. He's even still negotiating with the UFC. He's playing hardball, and he went, all right, you're not going to pay me, I'll retire. I'm good. But I think that Tom Aspinall was just a blank face. Could have been anybody. It was the flavor of the week to John Jones. John Jones thought, I could fight Alex, I'll get the money. Or if I'm fighting Tom Aspinall, they'll pay me the money. And the UFC didn't budge on the money. UFC did not offer John Jones more money for that fight. When they interviewed, I saw a couple of people had Dana White on a scrum. And he said, John Jones got what he deserved. That told me everything I need to know. They did not give John Jones what he was asking for. And it brings up the real problem, which is we're never going to see fighters make the lion's share or more of the profits like MLB or NBA or NFL until they have a union. The fact that they don't have a union, they have no negotiating power, is what we're seeing right now is the problem. Like I said it earlier when I first started streaming, all the fans that were like, Tom, John Jones is ducking Tom and all this shit, every one of those fans, the 150,000 fans that signed the petition to strip John Jones, those 150,000 fans should have spammed Dana White and the UFC's post and said, pay John Jones his money. Pay these fighters more money. Pay motherfucker Jones his motherfucking money. Instead, they all sided with the company. They all sided with corporate and went, oh yeah, you know what? You're afraid, John. You're a bitch, John. You suck, John. Because the UFC didn't want to pay him his money. And then so many fans were like, Ariel Helwani said it. So many people then disputed that. And you listen to the clip with Ariel Helwani, he said, here's what I think happened. He didn't even say I have inside information. He said, here's what I think happened. Nobody from the UFC with inside information is going to talk to Ariel Helwani so he can go make money on his YouTube channel. They're going to lose their job, lose their livelihood, lose how they pay their family so Ariel Helwani can make fucking money on YouTube. It's just not happening. So I think the case of John Jones' retirement was, again, we saw it in 2020 where he sat out for 3 years. failed negotiations. John Jones trying to negotiate with the UFC. We saw it with Henry Cejudo. We saw it with Francis Ngannou. We saw it with Randy Couture. We saw it with Tito. They don't negotiate. They don't renegotiate. If they renegotiate, it's in good faith. It's when you have one fight left on your deal. They just got John Jones back. They just had to renegotiate with John Jones. Now he's 2 fights into a 6-fight deal, and he wants to renegotiate. They're like, fuck this guy. And if they give in, if John Jones is making $10 million a fight, $8 million, whatever the fuck it is, and he goes, I want 30, if they give in to John Jones, every fighter can then come to the table with, oh, well, you did it for John. You did it. There's people that probably have better pay-per-view numbers than John Jones that could then come and say, well, you gave John this deal. I want that deal. You know what I mean? John Jones did not retire because of Tom Aspinall. He retired because the UFC didn't want to pay him more money. Yeah, he always had negotiation issues with John. And what's crazy is the fans forget that. The fans are like, oh, he's afraid. If you put John Jones and Aspinall in a room, John Jones is probably walking out. He would, if it came down to manslaughter, John Jones would kill Tom Aspinall. John Jones is a serial killer. Tom Aspinall is a fighter. Like, all those fights, like you can say Gustafsson and Jones was close. You could say Reyes and Jones was close. You could say Thiago Silva and John Jones was close. If any of those fights had a 6th round or a 7th round or no time limit, John Jones is killing them. John Jones, at that point in those fights, John Jones was coming on. They were fading. Like, the dude's fucking good. There's no realm where I saw him afraid of Tom Aspinall. He wanted money. He thought he had a leverage or a negotiating point, and the UFC was like, pretty much, we don't negotiate with terrorists. Like, we're not negotiating with a fighter and giving in to what you want. You have a contract, take it or leave it. And they kind of tried to wait John out. They had a phone call or whatever with John. They said, we're not offering more money. John called them and said, I'm retiring. Yeah, I think it's crazy how the narrative came John's afraid of him. I think the narrative really was that they weren't paying John his money. And I think even there's still negotiations going on. And that's why the UFC is not speaking bad about John Jones, and John Jones isn't speaking bad about the UFC. It'll come. Like, eventually it'll come out, and it's not going to be that they offered him 30 or 40 million. It's going to be they didn't offer him the money. 100% they didn't offer him the money. They're prize fighters. They fight for money. There's no way that they offered John 4 or 5 times what he would normally make, and he said no. There's no chance. No chance whatsoever. He's been fighting heavyweights his whole life. His brothers were both heavyweights. He's been murdering heavyweights in the gym since he got into MMA. The who's who of heavyweights. There's no way he was like, Tom Aspinall, I'm terrified of Tom Aspinall. They offered me $30 million, I'm turning it down. They didn't offer him the money. And again, you see how I go on a rant with it? It's because I've read all the comments of fans saying how he was afraid of Tom Aspinall and blah, blah. That's like a non-union company, non-union employees getting taken advantage of, and people going, nah, we side with the company. They deserve all the money. Fuck you. Go to work. It's like, all right, well, I just want the fair share. Shut up. Fighters don't have a union, so they're fucked. And for some reason, hundreds of thousands of fans signed a petition siding with the company, not siding with the little guy, not siding with the fighter. We need to side with the fighters. Everyone needed to comment, Dana White, pay John Jones his money, not Dana White, he's afraid of Tom Aspinall. UFC loved that narrative. They were like, oh shit, the smoke's not on us. Like, they're not seeing that we're not offering them the money. They don't offer anyone the money. They let Ngannou go. They let Cejudo go. They let fucking Randy Couture go. Like, the beef between Dana White and Tito Ortiz, that's what it stems from. It stems from Tito trying to hold them up for money. The UFC has a way they've done business for 30 years. They control the negotiations. They're not going to be dictated to. They're not going to have a fighter say, this is what I want, you're paying me this. They're going to, if at best, try to meet them in the middle, maybe. And even then, every fighter I've ever known that I've knew on a personal level that I talk to about contracts, it's almost like a joke in the combat sports community that it's like, no. Like, I'm not getting, like, They used to give $75,000 bonuses. Then they went up to $100,000 bonuses. Now we're back down at 50. Exactly. Dana's cheap. Like the company's not giving in to the fighter. It'll never happen until there's a union. And that's why the UFC was so quick to settle the antitrust lawsuit, because that would have made an amendment to the Ali Act that gave the fighters a fair share of the revenue. That's why they paid out that settlement and settled with those fighters in that antitrust lawsuit, because if they settled, there was no amendment to the Ali Act. So now it's right back to where it was. UFC takes home 75-80% of the revenue. Fighters take 20. That's what was going on with Jon Jones. He was asking for too much money, according to the UFC. If you go watch that clip, as soon as Dana White, nobody has asked Dana White the right question. Did you meet Jon Jones's demands? How much was he offered? Everyone asked him, like, did you guys try to make that fight happen? And was Jon Jones... And he said, Jon Jones was paid what he deserved. That's what Dana said. What he deserved was what was on his contract. Because reality is, if he was paid what he deserved $100 million. He deserved what Tyson Fury gets paid for a fight. He deserved what fucking Deontay Wilder gets for a fight. And he got nowhere near that. Nowhere near that. I don't know what PFP is. What's my pound for pound? Jones. I got Jones at the top. I got Ilia up there. I definitely don't have Islam number one. I see so many people put Islam number one. I don't get that shit. Yeah, that was crazy. Everything that Ilia was saying to Charles at the weigh-ins was like, yeah, I feel bad for what I'm about to do to you. But yes, everyone needed to comment, pay Jon Jones his money. Not, Tom Aspinall, you're ducking him. No. Pay Jon Jones his money. We want to see this fight. The UFC fucking loved that became the narrative. Because they skated out of that negotiation scot-free. Because somehow the narrative became Jon Jones was afraid of him. But Islam after that fight's probably staying up at 170. He's thinking, I'm staying up at 170. I know he initially said, I'm coming back to 155. He's not coming back to 155. Like, again, Ilia or Islam is on death's door, cutting to 155. How is Islam not number one? Because he's been beating 140. He's been beating 45 pounders. What legitimate 55 pounder has he beat? I think, and the fact that he was saying, I'm not fighting Ilia, 9 of his last 10 fights or 8 of his last 10 fights were against guys who fought at 45. Guys who were easily 10, 15 pounds smaller than him. The resume is not there. He needed to beat Arman again. He needed to beat Gaethje again. Like, he didn't clean out 55. Like, for Ilia to clean out 45, he would have started to have to fight down. He would have started having to fight fucking 3, 4, 5, 6. He beat arguably 2 of the GOATs. But yeah, Dana, I gotta go check that out that Dana's on now. But see what I'm saying? They have that's done now. The Jon Jones negotiation, that whole thing's done. UFC skated out of that with white gloves. Like, they're not the bad guy in that negotiation at all. Jon Jones became the bad guy, which I think secretly Dana likes, the UFC likes, because they've had such a tough time negotiating with him for years. He's been that guy who had a contract and was always asking for more money.
What was your take on Ilia's performance? And do you think that he gives Islam a run for the money as pound for pound?
Yeah, it's interesting because, he did exactly what he said he's going to do.
Like, Islam pound for pound is Islam killing himself to make 155 to fight guys a little bit smaller than him. Ilia's pound for pound is fighting at 45, moving up to 55, beating Oliveira. John Jones's pound for pound is dominating for fucking 15 years, moving up to heavyweight and dominating the couple of guys he fought at heavyweight. Who else we got? Islam's in the mix, but he's not. He's never number one to me. Is that what Ilia said? He's going to retire at 31? Good on him. If he does retire, I hope he stays retired. Like Cejudo's the example. He retired. He could have been on Mount Rushmore. He came back and fucked up his legacy. If you retire young, like GSP retired young, came back for the perfect fight, and then left again. If you stick around for too long, you get fucked up. And if you come out of retirement, coming out of retirement's never good. The history we have is boxing. And you look at boxing when guys came out of retirement, it never went well. In MMA, the few examples we have of high-level guys coming out of retirement, who's it gone well for? GSP. Can't think of anyone else. Whoever retired and then came out and it went good for them. But that 35 rule applied to that main event fight, and you kind of knew Oliveira wasn't going to win because he was 35, fighting a 28-year-old.
And then I just wanted to ask you about the fight between Joshua and Royval. That might have been in the top 10 fights.
Yeah, I agree. And literally there were texts flying around from me and the matchmakers, and basically going in the beginning of the third round, they had already, broke into the top 10. I think they ended up at 3 all time.
Oh, fuck. But yeah, Steeler Nation, they fixed my wrist, hopefully. And next up will be my back. And then hopefully I can just really focus. This is what I want to do. I want to really focus on content creation. Start booking some interviews with some of my old friends. Start shooting some shots to some of the managers that I know throughout the years. Try to book some good interviews and get after it. Gaethje was clapping. Patty was like doing some goofy shit and then clapping. Arman looked pissed. And then the funniest thing is Arman and Gaethje probably both a little bit more deserving. And then Patty jumped in the ring and cut the line. But if we're going off UFC logic that made Oliveira get this title fight, apparently if you beat Michael Chandler, you get a title shot. So they should do Conor McGregor versus Chandler. Make that fight happen. Because if Conor wins, apparently you get a title shot if you beat Michael Chandler. Which is fucking insane. What is Chandler? 1-4 or 1-3 in the UFC? But you beat him, you get a title shot. Oh, Dana's saying Patty shouldn't have went in there. I'm hoping, Steeler Nation. Oh, I was I don't know if you ever had surgery. Surgery's so terrifying. I was trying to push my surgeries off for so fucking long, trying to avoid them, do physical therapy, try to do everything to not get surgery. This surgery, I was dying. Like my anxiety, I was going fucking mental. And then I'm like, God, if you want to give me a sign to not get this surgery, let me know. And then as I was driving to the surgery, my check engine light came on. And I was like, that must be the fucking sign, bro. And then I have the little machine that you hook up and it tells you. It was just like an emissions thing that made the check engine light go off. So I was like, all right, I can still drive the car. So I still fucking went and got the surgery. And was just freaking out. Surgery's so fucking scary. Was Chandler Conor International Fight Week? This card delivered. Everyone was shitting on this card, myself included, but they definitely delivered. This card delivered. That That Van Royval fight was good. The Tracy Cortez fight, dare I say, was good for a girl fight. Love me some skinny Tracy Cortez. That Rodriguez fight, that was a good knockout. What was the other one that was good? Royval versus Kai was all right. And then that main event, it was short, but had me on the edge of my seat for as long as it lasted. But yeah, the wrist surgery. They had to fix my TFCC ligament, and then they had to reattach my ulnar ligament. So I got a little bionic elbow, a little bionic wrist now. But I am in so much pain from this wrist. Oh, that Talbot fight sucked. They 100% were like, all right, Talbot, we gave you Hani Barcelos last time. You could not handle that. We got the guy for you. We got the step down. He's going to try to grapple with you, but his takedowns suck. Like, you saw that guy, what was his name? Lima. His takedowns just weren't there. He had, like, jiu-jitsu takedowns. Like, there was no chain wrestling. There wasn't, like, that little next level. Someone was commenting earlier, they need to send Lima to Dagestan. 2 years. Forget about him.
Trying to figure out how bad the damage is, and more than anything, how long it's going to take. Maybe it's over. There'd have to be some serious.
What sauna went on fire?
We don't know. We got it. Yeah, it's obviously international fight.
But yeah, Steel Nation. Do you remember in 2016 when they had the greatest, in my opinion, one of the greatest international fight weeks ever, where they had 3 fight cards? That's what they got to start going back to. Oh, the PI in Mexico went on fire. But UFC in 2016 had International Fight Week. They had Eddie Alvarez versus RDA on Thursday night, full card. They had the Ultimate Fighter 23 on Friday night, and then they had UFC 200 on Saturday night. That's International Fight Week. Like, don't give me fucking Power Slap on Friday night, and then this fucking card with 2 125-pound fights on the main card. And then Peyton Talbot opening up. I think even, and I'm a women's hater, they should have put Tracy Cortez as the first fight on the main card, or that RoboCop fight, not Peyton Talbot. That fight sucked. Like, people probably tuned out and went to the boxing for that. And those were great cards, Steel Nation. If you remember, UFC 200 was good, and that Eddie Alvarez, I forget what the Ultimate Fighter 23 was, but I just remember there being 3 cards back to back to back, and me being like, wow, this is International Fight Week. And they haven't done anything like that since. Now they give us this bullshit. Imagine, I'll give it to you, Dana, Power Slap on Wednesday. Or Power Slap on Sunday, but give us Thursday, Friday, Saturday pay-per-view. Or even if not pay-per-view, Netflix or whatever the fuck, new TV deal we're doing. If we're doing ESPN again, you do some ESPN shit. Like, I think that was Fox. So I think that was like, I think FS1 was the Thursday night card. Fox was Saturday, or Fox was Friday, and then the pay-per-view was on Saturday. I'm up for that type of shit. That's International Fight Week to me. That's a big fight week. That's celebrating the sport of fighting to me. Ilia Charles was good, though. For as short as that fight was, that fight lived up to the hype. Because the hype was, how good is Ilia? And Ilia's fucking good. The worst. Someone just asked about Jack Della Maddalena versus Islam. If they make that the main event of MSG, fuck that. That's just terrible. Ass. That should be for the 165-pound belt. They should, and I said this years ago with GSP and Khabib. They should have made the 165-pound belt for GSP and Khabib. And if GSP won, he retires the lineage at 165 as well. The next champion's going to be whoever, but GSP was the first champion. And if Khabib would have won, it would have been, oh shit, Khabib. Now, get rid of the BMF belt. If there's no lineage to it, like Ilia's the BMF champion right now. Like, how the fuck is Max still the BMF champion? They should make that for the inaugural 165-pound belt. They should make Jack versus Islam for the 175-pound belt. And if Dustin Poirier wins the fight and retires, then the lineage is Dustin Poirier, one of the greatest fighters we've ever had on our roster, is the first champion. If Max wins, then it's like one of the best fucking fighters we ever had on our roster, is the first champion. And it opens up the most marketable thing in boxing for years was, oh, this guy's a multiple weight world champion. Add another weight class, you'll have more of that. And you got to come up with a... You can only go for another title if you have 2 title defenses. Or at least 2 title defenses. You can only jump weight class if you have 2 title defenses. Was 2016 a year of Conor, or was that 2015? But that was the best year in UFC history. That rise of Conor McGregor. I forget if it was 2015 or 2016. But yeah, that was their best. I think it was 2016, because then I remember Eddie Alvarez after he beat... Yes, it was 2016. After Eddie Alvarez beat RDA, they fed Eddie Alvarez to Conor at UFC MSG in November. Oh yeah, I'm sold on Ilia. I've liked Ilia since the beginning. He has like a Conor McGregor initiative. I was saying it right before you jumped on. So, and in a good way. Conor's an asshole. Ilia's an asshole, but Ilia has like a little bit more of like a smooth asshole about him. Like Ilia sold me completely when when after he knocked out Max Holloway, he showed respect to Max Holloway, and then they brought Volk in, and instead of being a dick to Volk, he was like, oh, this guy, and he was like really humble and nice to Volk. And I was like, oh shit, Ilia's like this really humble champion. Where Conor would have been like, get these fucking peasants out of the ring. This is fucking my time. Ilia's striking is fucking clean. The combination that he knocked out Charles with, the jab, the step back jab, boom, with the right hand, boom. The left hook was unnecessary. He was on his way down. And then the 2 hammer fists. We've seen Oliveira TKO'd. We've never seen him flatline, like eyes open, looking at the lights. That was vicious. He's a superstar for sure. Superstar for sure. And again, I always go off Instagram followers. I know he's got a huge following. Like him versus Oliveira was a big fight. Like Gaethje and Arman should fight for number 1 contender. They should run Paddy versus Ilia, because they both got huge followings. That's a big fight. Bro, and the more impressive thing, too, is Ilia's grappling. Like, Charles tried to take him down. He defended that takedown and got on top. And then he defended Charles going for leg locks. He was in Charles' close guard, started landing ground and pound, so Charles had to go for a leg lock. And he defended them well. He didn't panic. Most people probably would have panicked there. Good fighters would have panicked there. He's fucking good, Ilia. What I'm seeing, what I'm watching, I'm sure you know it, being a fucking diehard fight fan, what you're seeing and what you're watching is something different. Like, he's fucking good. Who's going to... Oh, Ilia's going to title it 18-0? Deserved. Bro, Paddy looked fucking... I think he beats Paddy. But Paddy looked very big next to him. Paddy looked like a middleweight next to him. But yeah, I'm sold. Ilia's good, bro. If he retired right now, he goes on Mount Rushmore. Beating Volk, knocking him out. Beating Max, knocking him out. Beating Oliveira, knocking him out. The knockout of Oliveira being for a championship in another weight class. You're undefeated. He could walk away right now and be that guy.
Was he on a reality show in Thailand or something? I have no idea, sir. I don't know. I didn't know John was training. And also for real knockouts. Thank you.
I mean, what's in there for him lightweight? Arman and Gaethje deserved Islam fights, and they got shafted. So what's there for him? Not Islam. Arman, Gaethje, and Patty. That, too, is like the biggest slap in the face to boxing fans or to MMA fans. Is that I'm just listening to what Dana was saying on John Jones. Jake won a decision. Very boring fight. But the UFC now getting into boxing is such a slap in the face to the UFC fighters because they're going to start promoting a sport where the fighters get 50-50 split in the revenue. They get a bigger percentage of the revenue versus they're all stuck in these slave contracts with no negotiating power because they don't have the Ali Act. The Ali Act is basically so promoters can't use bullshit practices to rob fighters of their money. And they have to give fighters a fair share of the revenue. Versus the UFC, which is a monopoly, which pretty much says take it or leave it, where are you going to go? That now they're getting into boxing is fucked up. See, now they're asking Dana boxing questions and shit. It's like, damn. If I'm a UFC fighter, I would feel some type of way about that.
Like I said, leading up to the press conference and at the press conference, but this would be my first fight in the mode.
I could see it, bro. I don't know. He can grapple, too. That's the scary thing. Like, the only way you're going to beat Ilia is catching him on the feet, like a flash knockout in a wild exchange. He can grapple.
It'd be a fun fight. They're doing a Saudi Arabia kind of fight.
Even seeing Dana tonight, the way I'm seeing him answer anything about John Jones, they did not offer John Jones' money. Media's not asking the right question. Like, did you guys meet John Jones as the man? Because then Dana's going to say no. Like, you remember even initially, year ago, when John Jones said he wanted more money for a bigger fight, Dana went on a spiel about John Jones is very well paid. He is rich. He has money. Like, I don't need to pay him more because he's fucking got money. It's like, bro, Tyson Fury makes fucking $100 million when he fights. John Jones would fucking kill Tyson Fury if you locked them in a room together. There's a problem with the fucking pay in combat sports. I respect Dustin for retiring. He's been fighting for so fucking long. And I think he's hung around a little bit longer than he needs to with the wars he's been. I think his popularity spiked so high and his respect after the Conor McGregor fights that he didn't get to really enjoy it because he was still in fucking fight mode. I think once he retires, He's still young. He's still got his brain cells. He'll be able to enjoy his fucking fame. Exactly you need in that room. What do you mean? I want to see Patty versus Ilia. I think that's the biggest fight they can make. Especially after they just sold it to me on the pay-per-view like that. But I like seeing that. I just hope Dustin doesn't get flatlined by Max. If I have to pick which one I like more, I like Dustin a little bit more than Max. I do like Max, but I like Dustin. Dustin's a real one. I don't know Dustin personally. I've asked him questions at the press conferences, and he was always cool. And then our mutual friend, if you will, would be Yves Edwards. Oh, for sure. Is that what you're saying? They need me in that room? 100%. They make it way too easy for Dana to fucking dodge questions. I'm going to work my way back. I'll get back in there. My real thing, why I even stopped, is I can't carry my bags, bro. Like, when I got fucked up physically, I can't. I usually bring a camera, and I bring a fucking bag with microphones and the fucking camera stands and the camera. Like, it's fucking heavy. I literally got to that point where it's like, I can't carry that fucking bag. I got to get a bag on wheels. And then I'll be comfortable. Like, right now, too, I got some ops in the combat sports community. I got to be kind of up on my physicalness so I don't have to. I'm not getting fucked up by the ops if I get caught slacking at a show. I got to make sure that don't happen. And I got to get a bag on wheels. And they'll let me back in. Once I start doing interviews again, I'm going to shoot some shots out to Lene, the PR lady, and try to get something with Dana. I think I'll be able to.
Happy 4th of July, everybody. Take care. Every time I stay around for one more, it's a fight after the UFC.
I do. If simply because they were chanting "Death to America" a couple days before he bombed, and that's the thing. He didn't bomb Iran. He bombed Iran's nuclear sites. He wasn't like trying to harm innocent civilians. He wasn't trying to take out their army, anything. He was trying to bomb their weapons that could reach the United States. So I'm not opposed to that. Like, we'll use our nuclear weapons, hopefully, within, like, reason, and we're not going to use them. We have them as a deterrent. Some of the other countries that have nuclear capability might use their weapons a little recklessly. Like Iran was about to bomb Israel or bomb us. They were going to fucking kill innocent people with their nukes. We didn't kill innocent people. We killed, if anyone, people working on nuclear weapons, which might have been innocent, but we were just trying to take out their nuclear sites. Oh, I keep missing what that question was. Yeah, you can't chant "Death to America." Oh, Justin Gaethje said he'll retire if he doesn't get a title shot. And Dana looked pissed at that answer, that question. You know, I don't think we should bomb anyone, but we didn't bomb Iran. We bombed their nuclear sites.
When we figure it out, we'll let you guys know. Happy 4th of July, everybody. Take care. Every time I stay around for one war,
Yeah, World War III's not happening. That's like liberal stupidity. The closest we'll get to World War III is liberals funding the war in Ukraine and doing stupid shit like that.
that one was looking like fight of the night until
And it's funny, they're going to always paint Trump as this warmonger and he's going to start World War III. Guy bombed Iran. A couple days later, they were talking about a ceasefire. Then they still shot rockets. He talked some shit on TV. Now they're back to the ceasefire. They're trying to end the war. So, and the real reason that the war in Ukraine hasn't ended is because Ukraine keeps fucking shooting rockets in Russia. Russia retaliates. Our media only reports how Russia keeps doing it. It's like, no. It's this liberal regime that was in place that are still pushing the war in Ukraine. Why? Because it makes them money. So, like, even those missiles that got fired between Israel and Iran at the last minute, what happens when you have a military, like, industrial complex or military funding, when rockets get shot and shit gets expended, they refill the order. So if I shoot bombs that cost $10 million, I'm going to make sure I get those bombs remade for another $10 million just so I have them sitting there. Even if I'm not shooting them again, it's almost like they need to keep fulfilling military contracts. I got to live in my 20s and don't want to go into war. I mean, hopefully we don't get another world war, but I think that cooler heads will prevail. My favorite was what Trump said. It's like two countries that have been fighting for the longest time who don't know what the fuck they're doing. What's up, Abdullah? Oh, fuck. Is that all they're having, or is this like a fucking... Is that all they're having is Dana? Oh, no, all right. They're going back to the press conference. But yeah, no real answers from Dana. It seems like he gets pissed when he's asked questions about Tom Aspinall. But yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if all of a sudden it just pops off because I think everyone has an itchy trigger finger, but I think us bombing Iran, especially the manner in which we did it, kind of put the rest of the countries on notice. Like, we could sneak in and bomb the fucking shit out of you. Where, like, you know what the naval ships do, right? Those all have, like, missile detection systems that, like, if something got shot, like, what a country would have to do is they would have to attack our ships and then attack the country. Because if they just try to attack the country, those ships are going to shoot down the missiles that get shot. That's what our Navy is our Navy shoots down anything that's coming towards our coast. Oh, but that's the other thing too. I can't wait to get some more help and some procedures done on my back because that's part of why I slowed down on my streaming is obviously I had a bunch of things lined up, but I can't sit in this chair for that long without my back just starting to fucking kill me. Like right now, they got me fucking twisted up. But yeah, Islam is not number one pound for pound. Oh, wow. As soon as John Jones retired, they took him right out of the pound-for-pound rankings? That's crazy. No respect. But yeah, I don't even know who's coming out else in this press conference. It's probably not going to be anything crazy, so we might be calling it a night right there. Hopefully. I got a little time on my hands. I'm going to have a bunch of fucking therapy and some more shit and doctor follow. I got some shit. But I need to start making time to get on here and make some content. Talk to you guys about whatever. Some type of fighting. Bullshit on some boxing. Bets. I like to make some bets. But I just got to get active. What even happened? I tried to go live for Merab versus O'Malley, and my computer was giving me trouble with like updates and shit, and I just got so fucking burnt out. I was like, I'm not fucking doing this. TikTok wouldn't let me log into my account. OBS wasn't fucking letting me go live. I was able to get on early enough today and fix those problems, and they both worked. Hopefully pretty seamless. But I'll definitely, I say it all the time, I'm going to try this week to just start pumping out content and hopefully get back to it. Oh, you're happy as fuck. I'm happy for you. I fucking love Merab and Ilia. Merab's a good dude, too. I've met Merab a bunch of times. We have some mutual friends. Love Merab. Merab's very humble. He's always been very courteous, cordial with his time. Never met Ilia, but I've heard good things about him. And what I watch, I'm a fan of. So, congrats to you, my Georgian brother. You guys are on top right now. You guys got arguably one of the best, if not the best, bantamweights of all time. And then a guy who, even though he didn't have the longest reign at featherweight, could be easily on the Mount Rushmore at featherweight. And again, I was saying earlier, if Ilia retired today, he's one of the GOATs. He knocked out, he flatlined Volkanovski, Max Holloway, and Oliveira back to back to back. Nobody else has that on the resume. Nobody else will have that on the resume. That's three of the best fighters we've seen ever knocked out cold on his resume. That's impressive. Like, Conor was getting close to it, but then he lost to Nate. Like, he had a couple of nice wins. He had the Aldo win. And then I think he lost to Nate and then had the Alvarez, right? Or what was that? Let me see. I forget the timeline of it, but he has the loss to Nate Diaz that fucked up his whole flow. Ilia don't have that. Ilia's not going to lose to a Nate Diaz type. Patty's next. I think Dana White said at the press conference that he didn't want that to happen and he would have stopped it, but he wasn't there. But I like that they did that. I think Patty should be next. I think they should do Arman versus Justin Gaethje, but then Justin Gaethje saying he'll retire if he doesn't get a title shot, which is crazy. Like, he deserves it, and he deserves it for putting his ranking on the line. But what happened when he put that ranking on the line is he slid faced first, unconscious on the mat. So it's like, even though you did a favor for the UFC, you step back a little bit. You got a bad knockout versus Max Holloway, and then you beat Fiziev. It's like the Michael Chandler thing. Is beating I keep saying Max. Is beating Michael Chandler the key to getting a title shot at 155? Is beating Fiziev the key to getting a title shot at 155? No. I think he should fight Arman, and then winner of that gets a title shot. Or he should fight Patty, winner of that gets a title shot. It shouldn't be you fought fucking Fiziev and you get a title shot. You just lost to Max Holloway. You just face planted on the mat. And I love Gaethje. Gaethje's the man. But If he gets it, cool. If he has to earn it with one more fight, I agree with that too. Paddy, again, we'll go back to that. By the UFC metric, Paddy's the number one contender. He beat Michael Chandler. Oliveira just got a title shot after almost getting knocked out by Chandler in the 5th round. So Paddy beat Chandler more impressively. So yeah, Paddy and Ilia have a storyline. They both have huge followings. Paddy's got a bigger following than Gaethje and Arman. So yeah, that's a big fight. That's a big international fight, Ilia versus Paddy. I'm up for it. They have background story. They got beef. They also have a little bit of respect for each other. I'm into it. But again, if they did Ilia versus Gaethje, Arman, or Paddy, I'm into all 3 of those fights. I think Gaethje and Arman both needed to fight Islam before Islam moved up, but they let Islam move up. Like, everyone's so high on Islam. I love Islam too, but Islam's record is a little sketchy. It's all 145ers. It's all guys who used to fight at 45 or moved up from 45, and he dodged those couple of 55ers. He dodged Gaethje. He dodged Arman a second time. I wasn't shocked. I think, was I shocked with Usman's dominance? No. I think Usman showed that he still has a couple of good performances in him, and I think Buckley's not that guy. Buckley more showed that, Buckley fought Colby, and it was like, oh, he looks great. Colby took that fight on like 4 days' notice and didn't train. Like, I think Colby with a training camp gives Buckley way more problems. We kind of saw in that Usman fight, Buckley's takedown defense is a little suspect. His grappling's not there. What is crazy, too, is Usman beat Buckley and was like, title shot. Like, I'm next for a title shot. And it's like, what? You've lost 3 in a row and haven't fought in 2 years. Like, what are you talking about? But he's got that name value. Yeah, Buckley's wrestling was suspect in that fight. And his grappling, his jiu-jitsu is terrible. I think that was more Buckley's not that guy we thought he was versus Usman. Usman still got some shit left in the tank. And again, we can't look at that Colby-Buckley fight. Colby had literally no training camp. He took that fight on like 10 days' notice. I think Ilia's, I worry Islam could be that guy because he's so much bigger, but I do think Ilia's got something for Islam. Ilia can grapple. That's the thing with Ilia. Ilia can grapple. He's not just a striker. Yes, exactly. Usman big brother Buckley a little bit. And I think even, you saw Buckley gave him a little too much respect. Buckley admitted he was a little starstruck, like, oh shit, I'm fighting Usman right now. Like, Colby's one thing, but Colby was never that guy. Usman was the guy. I'll tell you what, I like Khamzat, but I'm rooting for DDP. I fucking love DDP. I'm a big DDP fan. Why? Because he's funny as fuck. But I think Khamzat wins that fight, but I'm rooting for DDP. I like DDP. I think he's funny. I liked how when Khamzat came at him, he said something about Khamzat being inbred, like, go fuck your sister. One of the funniest things ever was DDP versus Strickland, where he was like, you think your dad beat the shit out of you? Wait till I get in the ring with you. Like, I'm going to beat the shit out of you. And he made Strickland snap. Like, I will fucking take your soul. And DDP started laughing at him. And there have been a few instances. I always say it. You ever see the one clip where there was an interview and they asked DDP who would win, you versus 1,000 Alexa Grassos? And he was like, I would win. I would just start, ah. And I was like, oh my God, he's the fucking man. Like, that's one of the funniest fucking things ever. He wouldn't start punching the Alexa Grassos. He would start licking and grabbing the Alexa Grassos. So I like DDP. Plus, when Israel kept dropping like you my N-word, whatever the fuck he was saying, and he was like, I'm no brother of yours, mate. Like, I'm not your brother. He's fucking funny, DDP. And I've seen a few instances where I think he's funny. He's not even trying to be funny. It's just like South African. It cracks me up. two biggest superstars right now are Alex Pereira and Ilia. Yeah, probably. I think Patty's up there too. And I'm a Patty skeptic, but I heard rumors of Colby versus Strickland. I don't know about that. I don't think Colby's going up to 85. Colby's not a big welterweight. Colby could fight at 55. Every childhood memory would come back to you. Like, yeah, you think your dad beat the shit out of you? That shit was fucking funny. And just that he said it, and you saw when he said that, Strickland was like, all right, you just hit a nerve. And then Strickland snapped, and he was like, I will take your fucking soul. And then Strickland, DDP performed against Strickland, broke Strickland's nose, like he fucked Strickland up. Like, I think Khamzat should win that fight, but I wouldn't be surprised if DDP, like, pulls some shit out of his ass, like, survives and gasses Khamzat out and pulls that out. I'm rooting for DDP, but I think Khamzat's a fucking beast. After seeing what he did to Robert Whittaker can grapple, and Robert Whittaker was a champion for years, and Robert Whittaker's been a top guy for a long time. We've never seen anybody do that to him. We've seen Wonder Boy catch him with some karate shit. We've never seen anybody, like, stop him like that. So Khamzat's good. Plus, I remember years and years ago hearing the stories of Alex Gustafsson when he was at the top, saying, like, oh, no, there's this guy that's a fucking welterweight that fucks me up in practice and is really good. And that guy was Khamzat. Like, Khamzat's been around for a minute. He just had trouble getting fights and shit. Oh, yeah, DDP's style, it's, like, weird and awkward, but it works. If he keeps winning, it fucking works. It always looks like he's going to miss with his... I remember I saw a clip of Adesanya and Robert Whittaker saying he's the best shit fighter ever. And, like, they get caught watching him. And he's, like, doing this shit, and you think you're too far out, and then before you know it, he fucking hits you. I think he's got really long arms, and he fucking catches people. Plus, he's not afraid. In combat sports, you can't be afraid to get hit to land a shot, and that's DDP to a T. What is UFC 318? I have to check the card. I can't even think of it right now. Well, you saw that one clip. Uncle Chael posted that clip recently. He was like, Khamzat Chimaev's having trouble getting in the country. This guy knows something about it. And he showed Khamzat's boy, and then he showed Khamzat and was like, do you know anything about this? I heard Khamzat can't get into America. And Khamzat was like, I don't know, man. I think I am here now. And Chael was like, yes, like I said, I hear he's not getting in. I think that's all, like, I think he does have problems, but I think he's in. I've heard that Khamzat's good. And a lot of that's like speculation because he has like assault charges, ties to Kadyrov, and shit like that give him problems with his visa. But I think one phone call from Dana White to Trump, I think that his visa can get worked out. Is Ilia out yet? He's not out yet. Are you saying it keeps clicking for DDP? He keeps surprising me. Like, I thought Strickland would beat him in that first fight. It was close. I thought Strickland would do better in the second fight. He fucked Strickland up. He lunges. Fights like he's wearing high heels. Yeah, he lunges a lot. He punches without... He doesn't have his feet under him. But he's such an athlete that I guess the punches are still hard enough to fucking get people's attention. And it's weird. We've seen it with a few guys where it's like they fight when they're coming up and it's like, oh, this guy looks okay. But then once they become a champion, he steps up. It's like, oh, this guy's fucking stopping people now. He's fucking good. Like, think of like the Brunson fight. A couple of fights where you saw DDP and you're like, he's not that good. He's fucking struggling with these guys. But then when he got to the next level, he started performing better. And we've seen that with a few guys. Like, they'll struggle with the lesser opposition, but then once they get to like the elite, they start fucking performing like they're elite. And it's like, oh, all right, he was this good the whole time. You got to realize, too, everyone in the top 15's world class. They're fucking good. Everyone in the top 10 is fucking really, like, world class. Everyone in the top 5 is, like, the best of the best. Like, My parlays on this card got fucked by Royval. I thought Royval was going to beat Joshua Van. I only put a few bets in, and then I tried to if you go back earlier in the stream, I tried to bet inside a round and a half knockout for Ilia, but it was closed. But that was my bet all night. But I had a couple of parlays. The only bet that missed on it was Royval. I thought Royval was going to win that fight, but Joshua Van showed me he's the truth. I like how Joshua Van had a really tight guard, really good counterpunching. I thought Gregory Rodriguez all day. It's funny, my cousin actually bet Jack Hermanson. I was like, bro, that's a fucking terrible bet. Like, I got RoboCop all day. Hermanson has too many miles on him, doesn't fight enough, and I think RoboCop was just a better striker. And there was no grappling in that fight for Hermanson. Rodriguez is a way better grappler. But yeah, I got fucked by Royval. Should have stayed away from that fight, or maybe bet it a little differently if I could have, like bet the rounds or something, or bet it to go the distance, but well, is Khamzat Dagestani? I think he's something else, Khamzat. I did see that, though, that Drake bet like $1 million or something crazy on Oliveira. But the Drake curse isn't real. It's like a funny thing for social media. Like, I've seen other fights where he bet where the fighter won, but they always post when he fights, when he bets something that is jinxed, but yeah, I like Khamzat. Khamzat, he wins me over too because he has some funny moments, but I like DDP. DDP makes me laugh more, so that's what I'm going with. But I think Khamzat's a better fighter. I think he's a better striker. I think he's a better grappler. If anything, DDP probably has maybe better cardio, and DDP might be a little bit bigger. Like, DDP's a big welterweight, or a big they both have fought at welterweight, but I think DDP's a bigger middleweight. A little bit more physical. But I don't think I'm rooting for him, but I don't think his grappling's there. That's the problem with that fight. I don't think DDP's grappling's there. And we've seen, other than the Gilbert Burns fight, as Khamzat's worked up the ladder, he doesn't strike. He's like, I'll fake the glove touch, and I'm going for a takedown. Like, I'm not playing this fucking striking game. I'm going right for the takedown. So, when is that fight? Is that fight announced yet? August, right? I'm looking forward to it, but yeah, I'm leaning Khamzat. I wouldn't bet on. I might sprinkle DDP in that, but it'd be a fool's bet, kind of. I'll be back. Hey, Joe. Bro, Ilia is in the back, popping champagne. Bro, how hot is Ilia's girl? 10 out of 10. Very unpredictable sport. Never won anything big. It's very unpredictable. I've had a few nights where I've done very well. I mean, big wins. The most recent big win I could think of is I remember I won on Marab. Didn't win tonight, but I was playing more baseball tonight. The couple of UFC bets I had, I'm an idiot. I put Royval in all of them. But in all of them, I had Ilia by TKO, but I just didn't get there. Oh, yeah, 20 out of 20. What's up, Anthony? Did you find it funny when O'Malley said he stopped his... Oh, I thought it was the worst fucking thing. I knew he was cooked right then. When you change up too much shit in a training camp, it's never good. You can't change everything up. Those were all the things that got him to that point. So when he changed up all those things, that means he was too much in his head and like doubting himself too much. When reality is the only thing he needed to do was go work on his grappling. Not his takedown defense, because he wasn't going to stop Merab's takedowns. He needed to work on his grappling. His attacks off of his back. If all of a sudden he surprised Merab with elbows or jiu-jitsu off his back, it would have been better for him than trying to defend takedowns he couldn't do. It's not even, it is the takedown, but he needed to work on his grappling, his ground grappling. He was absolutely going to get taken down. No, how'd he do better? He did way better the first fight. The first fight was 48-47. He won some rounds. The second fight, he was just in his head too much, gun shy. And then I saw so many people trying to blame, hey, knock it off. I saw so many people trying to blame Tim Welch when it's like, no, it's the fucking fighter's fault. He went in there and fucking didn't perform. And Merab was just better. What's good, LeBron James? But yeah, 20 out of 20. Doll, Sparkling Angel, I agree. Most undeserving title fight in history with that rematch? Yes. That rematch pissed me off because if Aljamain didn't get a rematch, why the fuck did O'Malley get a rematch? Like, it's like, how'd you earn the rematch? Well, I got hip surgery. Oh, okay. And you could just tell, instead of just taking it on the chin and being like, my grappling wasn't up to par, he made so many excuses for that first fight, made too many lifestyle changes that it wasn't, you knew, and Merab went in the same, Merab went in less prepared. Merab's now the champion. He's got so many more obligations, meet and greets, media so much shit that he was less prepared for this fight. Is Sterling Ortega going to happen? That's a good fight. I feel like Aljamain is so underrated. So underrated. And I get it. He could be a little cringy, some of the things, but just as far as his fighting in the cage, very underrated. Deserved that rematch. Oh, you want the... we all know what's going to happen. O'Malley's got to go to Dagestan. That's his only hope, is Dagestan. No, you know, keep smoking weed, stay on social media, stay gooning. Just work on your fucking jiu-jitsu. Work on your ground game. Not your wrestling, because you're not... that's like the same thing with... you saw it with Volkanovski. Volkanovski didn't work on his takedown defense. He worked on his scrambles once the fight hit the mat, knowing I'm going to get taken down. The fight starts when I get taken down. I like Sandhagen. Sandhagen smokes, so I'm a fan of Sandhagen. Fighter I want to see touch gold. I don't know. That's a good question, though. Fighter I want to see touch gold. I mean, I would love... I'm an Ilia fan, but I like Gaethje. I wouldn't mind seeing Gaethje pull off an upset and become a champion. He's a good dude. I'm trying to think. 205. I would love to see Dominic Reyes win his next fight and get a title shot. That's one I would love to see. And pull off an upset and win. Albeit, I know him and Pereira are pretty friendly. I don't know if they'd fight each other. But say like Dominic Reyes can get another one and get a shot at Ankalaev and pull off that upset. Trying to think of who else. I'd love to see Aljo beat a guy like Ortega and get a shot at 45 and pull off an upset. But yeah, maybe the one that's screaming out to me is Reyes. I'd love to see Reyes get another title shot. Aljo, because I think Aljo's a good dude. Trying to think of who else. None are really popping out, but those few. Right now, we got Pantoja. Him too. I was saying it earlier. I've always heard great things about Pantoja. I don't know him personally. I have some mutual friends with them, some mutual acquaintances. They've always spoke so highly of Pantoja. Good dude, family man.
To be a good guy to your coaches. These guys, my coaches, deserve so much appreciate, and some fights don't give
Yeah, he smokes Patty. But, I mean, Patty looked way bigger than him, so I think Patty's live in that fight. Patty surprised. Has Patty not surprised us every fight? Every fight, too, Patty seems like he's getting better and better. They got a backstory. Patty's bigger. He's live in it, but right now, I don't know who's beating Ilia. Ilia's fucking good. Yeah, that was, and he's 35. That was the end of Oliveira at the championship level. Oliveira is now on like the collect your money before you retire tour. At 35, it's going to be tough to go on another run, especially after getting knocked out like that. Like that's a humbling way to lose right there. I mean, so far his chin's taken all the shots that's hit him, even with his chin up in the air like that. Pantoja went from DoorDash to dishwasher to champion. Yeah, much respect to Pantoja. Bro, he was doing all those things because he's got kids. Family man. He had to fucking support his family. I respect that. Did this shit freeze for everybody? Oh, no, it's good. Mikel Cini, thank you for the share. I appreciate you. Yes, I don't think he's taking Ilia punches, but if he took them, I wouldn't be surprised. I'd be like, oh, all right, so Scousers can't get knocked out. Until I see him get knocked out. Same as John Jones. Until I see him lose, I'm not going to believe that he's beatable. Until I see Patty get knocked out, I'm not going to be like, oh, yeah, he knocks him out easily, you know? So far, he's got an iron fucking chin. Like, you remember before he got older, Chuck Liddell used to have the most iron jaw. Like, if you hit him, it was like he just fucking ate it. Trying to think of other people. There's been others that just aren't popping in my head, but I've seen guys that just have iron chins. Like, you can't rock him. You can't. John Jones, never seen him. He says Rashad rocked him. You go watch that moment, doesn't look like he was rocked. Yeah, I think Islam's going to move up to 70, and if he wins, he's going to be like, I'm never going back down to 55. Cutting weight is literally death's door. It's one of the worst things ever. I don't know if you ever wrestled or if you ever fought or anything, but cutting weight is the worst fucking thing. The diet's terrible. The actual water cut is fucking hell. Ilia cut a lot of weight and was on death's door to make 155. I don't think he's going to want to do that anymore after he goes up to 70. We rarely see guys go up and then go back down. Very rare. Islam's going to balloon, I think, too. Once he stops worrying about 55, he's going to go from walking at like 190 to probably go walking at like 200. He's going to gain some size. But yeah, I don't think we ever see Islam go back down. But if he does, it's for a super fight with Ilia, which Dagestan versus Georgia would be a huge fight. There's already a backstory, a little bit of beef between the two. Would be an absolutely huge fight. I'm into it. Right now, Ilia versus anybody, I'm sold. I think Ilia wins. I thought Ilia was going to win when they were going to fight because I think Ilia is the better striker. And I think that Ilia has something for him on the ground. And the biggest factor in that fight will be cardio. And I think if Islam has a weakness, it's that. If you can keep him in a dogfight for 2 or 3 rounds, he's going to be shit in 3, 4, and 5. And we kind of saw that in the Volk fight. We saw him fade. And I think a big problem with that was the size. Like, I think Volk's not a big 55er when he moved up. Islam be a little bit bigger than him. Ilia's a little bit bigger than him. Ilia's got a little bit more knockout power. Oh, yeah, Oliveira had a real roller coaster career. Oliveira at one point was a journeyman. You know, he was an easy out for fighters. Like, oh, just get him tired. He'll quit. But that brings in another thing. Maybe Oliveira was on some special Brazilian supplements. Because there was a point when all of a sudden Oliveira didn't gas no more like that. Like, if you go watch his earlier fights, it could have been the weight cut. But if you go watch his earlier fights, he used to give up. Oliveira had that quit in him where if you took what he had and you were still there, he waved the white flag and said, take this fight. Take it from me. But great run for Oliveira, 35 now. So maybe the next time we see him fight, he'll be 36. So I don't know how much more he has left. Yeah, I think Ilia gives Islam some problems. Again, I think the thing we're forgetting about, not you guys, I'm saying like the general is Ilia can grapple. That's going to be the X factor in that fight is when or if Islam runs into some trouble on the feet when he goes for a takedown, what happens there? Like if he can't muscle Ilia around or keep Ilia down, it's just going to zap his cardio more and he's going to have to strike with Ilia. Or is Ilia have something in the scrambles? Does Ilia wind up on top? We saw Volk wind up on top of Islam a few times. A big thing with grappling is when it's not going your way, it's so exhausting. Like if you go for a takedown, you get stuffed. You're trying to win a scramble, you lose. It's just so exhausting that I think that shit would zap Islam. And I think Ilia has the ability to possibly win some scrambles, stuff some takedowns. If not, rock Islam on the feet. After the last 3 fights, Ilia can rock or knock out anybody. We only saw Volk knocked out early in his career. Then we saw the Islam knockout where maybe he was drained or whatever. He took the fight on short notice. Wasn't in the best shape. But we saw him knock out Volk. We've never seen Max knocked out. I think Poirier rocked Max. I don't remember anyone else rocking Max like that. He knocked Max out. And we've seen Oliveira beat. We've never seen Oliveira flatlined like that. There's no way you defend him, anyone? I don't know what you mean by that. But I got to tip my hat to Oliveira. Oliveira made a nice comeback in his career, became a champion. But let's be real. The only reason Oliveira was a champion is because Khabib retired. And because it was a slower journey to the title fight for Islam. Only reason that Oliveira was a champion is because there was that little lull in the Dagestanis at the top of 155. But if Khabib never retires, Oliveira's never the champion. I don't think Oliveira would have beat Khabib. It would have been the similar, like, Islam rocked Oliveira on the feet and then took him down. I think Khabib just would have took him down and fucking dominated him. Would have ripped through any submission and hit him with some ground and pound and withered him. Could he have won? Sure. But you never know. But yeah, I say it every time I come on. Maybe this week, maybe next week. Soon, I'll hopefully get back to streaming. I want to start interviewing fighters again and putting out content. But, anybody who's been here, I got fucked up from a car accident. So when you're twisted up, it really, it takes away a lot of your joy in life and your, will to do things. That's what I've been experiencing for a while now. So, but I got to just do it. Just like Nike. Just do it. I got to channel my MMA guru and just fucking do it. Tonight I thought wasn't going to stream, wasn't going to do, and then I just was like, you know what? I'm going to go grab some brews and I'm going to hop on. Around that time, I don't think anybody was really in the mix that could have stopped Khabib. I remember thinking Tony had something for him because of the cardio, but then I saw Tony get dominated by Oliveira on the ground and just look like shit in a few fights, and I was like, oh, why did I ever think that? Gaethje caught him with a few good shots on the feet, but got dominated on the ground. I just think Khabib was a very dominant grappler that, I don't know who was around at that time that could have gave him a problem. I think he would have still beat everybody. What do you want to talk about Jon Jones? UFC didn't pay him his money. Don't listen to that bitch made Ariel Helwani. He doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about. And then Dana White said, Jon Jones got what he deserved. Oh, so you mean you underpaid him? You lowballed him? That's what's going on. They didn't pay Jon Jones his money. Simple as that. Jon Jones is a prize fighter for the last 20 years. There's no way that they offered him $30 million or $40 million and he said no. Just not reality. The reality is they did not offer him the money. They absolutely did not offer Jon Jones more money. They said, you have a contract. We're not renegotiating with you. Take it or leave it. At best, they bumped him up maybe $1 million, $2 million. Did not bump him up to fuck you money or anything that Jones was asking for. So that's what I think happened there. There's the 150,000 people that signed the petition to strip Jon Jones. All those people should have commented, pay Jon Jones his money. Because what they did was they sided with corporate in a non-union company. Dana said that, Ariel Trust, but Ariel is a clickbait merchant. There's no realm of reality where anyone who works for the UFC would have risked their livelihood and gave Ariel Helwani insider information so he can go make money on his YouTube channel. I'm going to risk my livelihood and how I pay for my bills, put food on my family's table to tell Ariel Helwani stuff. You'd be if you got caught, you'd be fired instantly. And I've been in that little bubble. They hate Ariel Helwani. Nobody likes Ariel Helwani at the UFC. I've talked to people at the UFC about this. They all fucking hate Ariel Helwani. There are no insiders at the UFC that are telling Ariel Helwani anything. What's good, Matua? But yeah, I think it'll come out eventually. The UFC did not offer Jon Jones the money that he was asking for. The only person you heard say it was Ariel Helwani. Ariel Helwani's a fucking idiot. You immediately heard Chael came out and said, yeah, I don't think they offered him his money. And a bunch of people kind of say. And then I saw some people like DC. I saw other news outlets say, oh, I heard that Jon got offered his money. They heard it from Ariel Helwani. The only people who would have said anything like that had merit was Dana White or Hunter Campbell. Those were the only people with knowledge of the negotiations that would have told people. And they wouldn't have told DC, Chael Sonnen, or Ariel Helwani anything to go talk about on their YouTube channel. They would have controlled the narrative and came out with the shit themselves. That could happen. John Jones could do some shit like that. But again, I don't think it was Tom Aspinall. I think it was blank face here. Tom Aspinall is the flavor of the week. It's the money. The UFC did not offer John Jones his money. He had a specific figure or roundabout figure in his mind, and the UFC wasn't budging because it sets a bad precedent for them to have to give in to other fighters. Thank you, Matu. I appreciate it. Whoever beats John Jones, I ruined that. Whoever beats Tom Aspinall. Again, I don't think it was Aspinall. There's no realm where John Jones was afraid of Aspinall. If you guys think that, you guys don't understand fighters. Oh, did you see that clip with Bisping? I saw a funny clip with Bisping and Laura Sanko, where Bisping was like, "You got great tits, you got those boobs," or something like that. If you go look back at 2020 when John left last time, and again, even then, the narrative somehow became, "Oh, he's afraid of Francis Ngannou." No, he was negotiating with the UFC. The UFC is not giving in to a fighter's demands, and somehow the narrative became he's afraid of Ngannou. The same thing happened here. The UFC didn't come out and clear anything up. They love that narrative because they're not the bad guy. Again, those 150,000 people that signed that petition. Anyone right now who's doubting John Jones and saying he was afraid and all blah blah, you're literally siding against the non-union employee, and you're siding with the corrupt corporation. You're siding with the corporation that doesn't want to pay fighters what they're worth. Like you saw Dana White said, John Jones was paid what he deserved. Oh, so you mean you underpaid him? That's what I would have went with there. Like, oh, so you're saying he wasn't getting paid his fair share? Like, what are you talking about? Oh my God, 100%. I would lose my. If Laura Sanko was my coworker, I'd be in HR for sexual harassment because she got some titties. She got some big old titties. Oh, yeah, I'm a Laura Sanko fan. I've played phone tag with Laura Sanko before, trying to set up an interview with her, and it just never came to fruition. But I would definitely shoot that shot again once I start interviewing people. And this is when she like first got on the roster interviewing people. Oh, I love that. Whoever signed that petition has terrible credit score. Yes. Imagine if all those people commented on the UFC instead of signing that petition and just wrote, "Dana, pay John Jones his money. Dana, pay that man his money. We want to see this fight." The fight would have happened. Instead, they all signed a petition that Dana was like, "Oh yeah, I heard about it. I don't care." You guys all sided with the corporation against the anti-union or the non-union employee. You all sided with the anti-union bullshit corporation that lowballs fighters, the monopoly. Everyone should have commented, "Pay John Jones his money." I had to fight. Again, though, even there, the rule of thumb has always been a year. They made Aspinall the interim champion simply because they needed a main event for a pay-per-view. Or a co-main event for a pay-per-view. It wasn't even a year before they made him an interim champion, which is bullshit. The rule of thumb has always been a year. And then the UFC changed that when they needed to fill pay-per-view main events. Oh, I'm not calling it right now. That's funny, though. I've done that in the past on our old podcast, but I've noticed most people don't like that when you call them. When you call them by surprise and you tell them that they're being recorded, they're kind of like, wow. Like, why'd you do that to me? Most people don't like that surprise. But I knew, so she trained at James Krause's gym in Kansas City. I knew a couple people that trained with her through my old friend Menace Bermudez, and he gave us, this guy, the mental sensei, gave us a bunch of fighters, James Krause, Laura Sanko, a couple fighters from that area and from that gym that he worked with, and he was helping us set up some interviews. And we had a few like dates, and we were like talking to her about doing an interview, and then it just never came to fruition. And this is again when she first started, before she kind of became like a main character or a main staple, before she put those titties on screen, and people were like, "Oh shit." John was just, again, it was a negotiation that went bad. It could have been Aspinall. It could have been anybody, any name. It just happened to be Tom Aspinall. John was trying to get the money from the UFC. Oh yeah, Laura Sanko looks good. It's funny. And it's, it might even be why she kind of like went cold on us, is because we used to talk about how, remember that time came out with Megan Anderson, when someone was like, Megan Anderson, you had sex with James Krause. She was like, not me, but check with Laura Sanko. And then it came out that like Laura Sanko was fucking James Krause and cheating on her husband. There was a story about that a while ago. Like, so it's crazy too. At one point, Megan Anderson and Laura Sanko had a podcast together, and they used to do like segments together, and then they had a falling out somewhere, and it kind of stemmed from some shit that was going on at the gym. And at one point, Laura Sanko was outed as being one of the girls that was having an affair with James Krause. When Dana White said that John Jones got the money he deserved, I knew that he didn't get his money. Because the money he deserved, according to Dana White, is underpaid, and the contract we have negotiated with you. If reality was reality, it would be, oh, so you gave him $100 million. You gave him Tyson Fury money. You gave him 50% of the revenue. You gave him 40% of the revenue. Like, that would be the money he deserves. Not, his shitty UFC contract. Apparently, James Krause was closing ass. That was like the rumor from that gym, was that there was a bunch of fucking affairs going on. No. Dana did not offer John whatever he wanted. The only person who said that was Ariel Helwani, who's a fucking idiot. Dana White, the only thing Dana said on it was that John got what he deserved. There is no realm at all, and this will come out, I'm sure, eventually. There is absolutely no realm where the UFC, Dana White, went, well, we've negotiated contracts and done things this way for 30 years. Oh, John Jones, we'll offer you $30 million. There's no chance. They would have set a terrible precedent that would have had Conor McGregor, Alex Pereira, Adesanya, every fighter with a following coming in and saying, well, you gave John Jones this deal, so I want that deal. They would have set a terrible precedent. There's no way that they gave John Jones or the fighters that type of power in negotiations. That's why there's unions in professional sports, for collective bargaining. So the union can negotiate the fair share of the revenue. Fighters don't have a union. Fighters have take it or leave it. That's what John Jones was a victim of. Take it or leave it. And he went through this in 2020. The only reason why John Jones came back when he was already done and he was gone for 3 years is because Francis Ngannou's negotiations went so bad, and they didn't want to give Francis what he wanted. Like, you remember that thing Dana White said? Like, Francis would have been the highest paid heavyweight of all time. Okay, but did you give him what he was asking for? No. They didn't give him the number he was asking for, and they weren't willing to do like a PFL or UFC Africa or whatever. The main holdup, trust me, Ngannou would have been fine if he just got his money. 100% he would have been fine. He was asking for, what's the word? He was asking for like a representative or something to sit with me in meeting. He was hinting towards unionized practices. That's the main reason why the UFC wanted nothing to do with Ngannou. And even now you hear Dana speaks terrible about Ngannou. Main reason, because Ngannou wanted more money. UFC offered him the highest paid heavyweight salary, whatever. Sure, wasn't what he was asking for. What he was asking for was Tyson Fury money, Deontay Wilder money, these other heavyweights that they could fuck up if they were locked in a room with, or they were locked in a ring with, or a cage or whatever. And the UFC was like, what are you, fucking insane? We don't have to pay you that. We already have a contract with you. And the going rate is this. Why are we going to change our negotiating practices and give in to you? They're not going to give in to demands. That's one of the main reasons UFC is a profitable business. As profitable of a business as it is because they pay the fighters. You saw in the antitrust lawsuit, they pay anywhere from 12 to 24%. If I'm not mistaken, that was the number that was listed in the antitrust. Boxers get 50%. The NFL, NBA, MLB, they all get like 51% or 49%, or in that realm of the revenue share. Not the expenses, the revenue share. The money that's the profited money that's generated. So that would be like the UFC puts up X amount to make the event go on, the revenue, the profit. After the UFC recoups their money, the profit. What's the profit for this event? That's what you're supposed to pay 50% out. UFC doesn't have a union, so UFC has take it or leave it. That's why the UFC settled that lawsuit, so they don't have to pay more of their profits to the fighters. Because there would have been an amendment to the Ali Act, which would have said that they couldn't practice their bullshit business practices, corrupt promotion, the way that they do. Fighters need a union, simple as that. And Jon Jones was standing up, not just for himself, but for all the fighters, and all the fans turned on Jon Jones. And they were like, fuck you, Jon Jones, you're scared of Tom Aspinall. No. UFC was scared to pay Jon Jones money. That's what it really was. And again, all the fans should have commented, pay Jon Jones his motherfucking money. Not, oh, you're a duck. You're a duck, Jon. No, he wanted fucking money. He thought he had negotiating power. He has millions in the bank, so he was fine walking away. He said, I'll fight anybody. I want to fight Pereira. And everyone was like, boo, fight Aspinall. He wanted to fight Pereira because he knew Pereira had some leveraging power, is a pay-per-view draw, and it would have generated the most money for him. At this point, Jon's a businessman. He's not just a fighter. He's been in how many main events? He's been getting a pay-per-view percentage, a pay-per-view share for how many events? He knows what he wants to do. He wants to get the DC-type fights. He doesn't want to fight fucking Thiago Santos. He doesn't want to fight the no-name Tom Aspinall. At that point, no-name Tom Aspinall. He wants to fight the biggest money fight. He wants to get that DC check, a bigger check than he got for when he fought DC, a bigger check than when he fought Stipe. He thought that would be Pereira. He then went to the UFC and said, I'll fight Aspinall. Like, let's pay me my money. Pay me my fuck you money. They did not pay him the money. Only person that you have on record saying that is Ariel Helwani. And again, nobody at the UFC is giving Ariel Helwani inside information and risking losing their job so Ariel Helwani can go talk about it on his YouTube show. It's not happening. Just not happening. I always try to comment on TikTok whenever I see something like that, and I try to say, I could say it here, luckily, use your brain. Use your fucking brain. You think that that's logical. You think Hunter Campbell, Dana White, or any top brass in the UFC is going to go, hold on, I got inside information. Let me call up Ariel. Let me call up Ariel Helwani and let him talk about it on his YouTube channel. No. They're going to control the narrative. They're not going to give it to fucking Chael or DC or Ariel Helwani to go talk about it on their YouTube. That's terrible negotiating right there. They're going to let it play out, let the smoke settle, and then all of a sudden when they were waiting for the smoke to settle, it was like, holy shit, the fans have turned against Jon Jones. We're winning. We don't have to pay this guy his money. This is great. Go look at every negotiation that did not work out with the UFC. Cejudo, Ngannou, Randy Couture, Tito back in the day. There's more. They're just not. Those are the most prevalent ones. But anytime a fighter's ever held up the UFC, it did not go well. Jon Jones in 2020. Anytime a fighter ever demanded more money or even asked for more money, does not go well. And I go off of even knowing fighters that have tried to do this. Does not go well. I have a friend one time, an old friend, Chris Wade, tried to I think he asked, I forget if he asked for more money or he tried to turn down a fight and say he tried to ask for more money or turn down a fight or something. And they were like, we'll fucking cut you. Like, we don't need you. We don't need to be in your business. Like, they don't give a fuck about the fighters. And this was a guy who was 5-2 in the UFC, had a fucking close competitive fight with Islam Makhachev back in the day. Like, was a perennial top 15 lightweight. They were like, we'll release you. We'll cut you. We don't give a fuck about you. And that's 99% of the roster. They don't give a fuck about it. They know how it works. John Jones is in that same ballpark. They know in a year, John Jones, the whole sport will be moved on from John Jones. The sport constantly regurgitates and moves on. UFC won that narrative. They had the fans somehow backing them, going against the non-union fucking fighter. Hello, sir. How are you? What's up, Jerry? A question for you. Do you think Ilia's first round finish exposed a flaw in Oliveira's pressure style, or was it just elite level? I think just bad matchup for Oliveira. Just got caught. But also, I think Ilia was beating him up any which way. I don't know if it really exposed the flaw because we've seen, but I mean, maybe we've seen, it actually just showed Ilia's power. Because how many fights have we seen Oliveira hurt in the first round, almost finished, and then he comes back and wins, or comes back and makes the fight competitive? Ilia's just got some precision with his punching and some power. Oh, here's Ilia up now. But even, your name's Jerry. One of my favorite things, did you ever see the movie Hot Tub Time Machine? When he calls up his future wife and she's still a little kid, and the dad gets on the phone, he's like, who is this? And he's like, hang up the phone, Jerry. This shit don't concern you. How you know my name? Hang up the motherfucking phone. That's what I always think when I see the name Jerry. Hang up the phone, Jerry. This shit don't concern you. Ilia looks very happy right now, sitting at the press conference, got his 2 belts.
Is that the best combination you've ever thrown, do you think, in competition?
So even Jerry, they just asked Ilia, was that the best combination you ever thrown? He said, I've had some better ones. I think he just caught Oliveira clean. That right hand, he was out from the right hand. The left hook and the hammer fist after were just extra. Just very clean striking from Ilia. Look at the Max fight, look at the Volk fight, and now you could look at the Oliveira fight. Just very clean striking. A big part of punching power is precision. You got to hit the right spots. Ilia says he wants to fight again before the end of the year. Ilia says he was in no trouble at all from Oliveira's leg lock.
And finally, for me, just to ask you, like, do you feel like you made a statement tonight in terms of who the best fighter in the world is? You know, Pantoja was just in here and he made a case for himself. You know, obviously, Makhachev is number one and has been looking very good. Do you feel like you made a statement tonight that you should be considered number one?
John Morgan asked him, is this the best 3-fight streak in history? I think it might be. Is there a better 3-fight streak in combat sports history? Lay down, Joe. All right, come on. Jump, come on. 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 Jojo, come on. Don't stop barking at me, bro. Come on. Come here. Come on. Good girl. What? Oh, there you go. Wait. I tried to look up the clip of Dana saying he offered John Jones the FU money and whatever John wanted. That clip doesn't exist. That clip's real. That Tom Aspinall said he was going to retire John without fighting him, but that was a while ago. And that Dana clip doesn't exist because they asked Dana, did you pay him the money he asked for? And Dana's answer was, John Jones got the money. John Jones got what he deserved. Which, if we're going off Dana's track record and the UFC's track record, that means you didn't pay him the money he asked for. Nobody asked him directly, like, what was the number? Did he get his number? Blah, blah, blah. We'll get it. We'll get the answer, I'm sure, soon. Because it seems like even now, Dana seemed a little disgusted with John Jones tonight. John Jones is starting to say some shit on Twitter. We'll get the answer. But they did not offer him his fuck you money. No realm. Sets a very bad precedent for future negotiations for the UFC. Not maybe. 1,000,000,000%. They did not offer him his money. They did not offer him fuck you money. He's a prize fighter. There's no realm where he fought for 8 million, 10 million, 5 million, all these years, and then all of a sudden they went 30, 40 million, and he went, nah, fuck that. There's no realm. If you asked any fighter on the UFC roster, and you said, all right, what do you make? I'm going to pay you 5 times that, but you got to fight the best guy in the world. They're jumping at it. They are jumping at it. I remember, and it wound up being Al Iaquinta. I forget who was Khabib fighting. Khabib was the best guy in the world. He was fighting Max Holloway. First he was fighting Ferguson, then he was fighting Max Holloway. When that fight fell out, so many guys tried to fight Khabib. Guys who knew they were not going to win the fight. Guys who had no training camps, no nothing. They just knew they were getting that $350 or $500,000 for a title fight. So many people jumped at that. There's no realm that they offered John Jones 30, 40 million and turned it down. No realm. It's not reality. I did watch a little bit of the Jake Paul fight. It was fucking terrible. I thought the fight was terrible. It looked very boring, the little bit I saw. Then I was listening to it. I watched the first round, the second and third round. Then the Ilia Charles fight came on. Then I was watching the whole aftermath of that. Then I caught the end of the Jake Paul fight. I saw that he got a little tired. Chavez maybe won round 9, had some moments. But Chavez is a fucking middleweight. Chavez made his name at 60 and 68. Maybe even 54. Like, he had no business fighting at 200 pounds. So again, and he's old as fuck. Again, just terrible matchmaking for Jake Paul, and he just... he's losing my interest now at this point. He's really losing my interest now at this point. I did see one clip where he said, I'm trying, it's just not happening. And he said, he's like, I'm trying to fight Canelo, nobody will let me fight Canelo. I'm trying to fight Alex Pereira, they won't let me fight Pereira. I don't know if those fights ever had any legs or anything, but he has spoken that he wants those fights, but those are also like, he calls out unmakeable matchups type of thing. Like, oh, I know that fight can't get made, so I'll call them out. There's other fights he could choose that would give him legitimacy and kind of appease skeptical fans like me or you, but he's just not taking those fights. Like, Chavez Jr., I thought Chavez Jr. has been retired for years. Why the fuck? I remember he lost to Anderson Silva. Like, what are you doing fighting him? Like, at this point, Jake Paul wants my respect. He could fight fucking... If he keeps fighting retired fighters, go fight Deontay Wilder, who just came out of retirement. I mean, no. Jake Paul's legit, but he's not fighting... He's not fighting the fighters he could be fighting.
And then if he was there, he would know.
Ilia is hinting that he wants Patty. It's definitely done now. It's worn out. Jake's got to start fighting real. If he wants to really be taken serious as a legitimate boxer, he's got to start fighting legitimate boxers. The one time he didn't even fight a legitimate boxer, he fought a full-time boxer in his youth. He lost to Tommy Fury. And Tommy Fury is like a Hollywood boxer. Nah. Gervonta Davis is too small. Size really matters. It usually only matters when you're close in skill set, but that's a huge size difference. Gervonta Davis isn't even a big lightweight. What does Gervonta fight at? 35 and 40? He's not big at those weight classes. I mean, him versus Tommy Fury was competitive, but he keeps talking how he wants to fight Canelo. It's like you got to fight legitimate fighters. And I do think after this fight, the WBC or WBA, one of the sanctioning bodies was going to rank him. Oh, I think he fucks up KSI. But even that, if you're going to keep doing these bullshit fights, just fight KSI already. Like, you're losing all the interest by taking these type of fights. What's up, Punisher? I don't know if I'm still shocked. I kind of expected that to happen. I am a little surprised or shocked, if you will, that he flatlined Oliveira like that. That was crazy. Ilia says he wants to fight Paddy Pimblett in Spain. Who do you guys think Ilia should fight next? Gaethje, Paddy, or Arman? No, I think Jake Paul beats Darren Till. Jake's not terrible. He's just not as good as he thinks he is, or as good as he tries to make himself out to be. But he's not bad. Yes, Pantoja does not get enough credit. And I was saying earlier, I have some mutual friends and acquaintances with Pantoja. Always heard the nicest things about him. He's a really good dude from what I hear. Everyone thinks Arman. Yeah, I think even tonight should have been Arman. They gave Oliveira this fight off of beating Michael Chandler by decision. So again, like I was saying earlier, if we're going off UFC metrics, then Paddy's next because he beat Michael Chandler. Apparently, you beat Michael Chandler, you get a title shot. I think him versus Gaethje would be a good fight. Plus, it sucks for, Father Time, man. Gaethje's getting up there in age. I don't know how much more he's got. Post the videos, Steeler Nation. I'll watch them. I love watching sparring, actually. Pretty much everyone that I still know who competes or amateur, professional, I say all the time, send me sparring videos. I love watching sparring videos. Definitely not Gaethje. Well, those are the three possibilities, right? Gaethje, Arman. I agree. Arman and Paddy are actually above him, but it's either he fights Arman and Paddy versus Gaethje on the undercard or around the same time, somewhere in that mixture. I'll take Gaethje and Arman and Paddy could fight, or fight Paddy and Gaethje and Arman could fight, somewhere in that mix, and have the fights either on the same card or close to each other, and then you set up some good lightweight fights for the coming future. Arman does make the most logical sense, but the UFC got fucked. Like I said, the Dana White must have a good back. Dana and Hunter both have good backs because they got so mad at Arman for pulling out of that fight with a back injury. Punisher at the post-fight presser, Dana said he was upset with Patty going in the cage. Like he was like, if I was there, that wouldn't have happened. He apparently doesn't think Patty next, but the fans, the sport, I think thinks Patty's next. They definitely built it up right there. Like I don't know how many people bought or are watching this pay-per-view that they probably think now Patty's next. Oh, it'll definitely be a big fight. Patty's got a huge following, a country behind him. Ilia's got a huge following, country behind him. Definitely on paper is a big fight. On paper, it's definitely the biggest fight of all of them. If not Ilia versus Islam. But that fight's not happening right now. One thing he hasn't spoke of, not a word, is Islam. Nobody's asked him an Islam question. He hasn't spoken of Islam. Oh, fuck. I like the Tracy Cortez fight. Tracy Cortez looked good. And I thought it was, and I hate women's MMA. Hate it. But I think that was a good, that was not a bad women's fight. That Tracy Cortez fight was better than the Peyton Talbot fight. Oh, that'd be a good way to end it. Is he really said that? He's retiring at 31? It's tough to retire when the paychecks are still big, unless you do the right things with your money. What's up, JJ? They just said if Volk goes up to 155, will you give him a fight at 155? And Ilia said, no, 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 no. No, 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 no. Sleeping on Volk. Yes, you are correct, Punisher. And I've spoken about this before. There's like no fight book Tracy Cortez where she's a little thick and you're like, all right. Then there's like fight week Tracy Cortez where you're like, okay. I like that Tracy Cortez. Love me some Tracy Cortez. I was at the UFC in Long Island when she was still with Brian Ortega, and we went to the morning weigh-ins, and she came down in like some booty shorts and a little tank top, and I was like, oh shit, it's Tracy Cortez. She looked good. And it was like early in the morning, so she had like an attitude because she had to wake up early. And I was like, oh shit, the Spanish chick with the attitude. I'm liking this. But then again, I've seen her in between fights, and I'm like, this girl needs to book a fight quick. She's getting big. Ilia is living in the Matrix. He might be Neo. That would be the craziest thing. Wow. Is Ilia the first 3-weight world champion? Because imagine if Islam won and then Ilia goes up to 170 and gets a title fight. If they let Ilia move up and not have to fight a contender, just let him get a title shot, that would be fucking crazy. I mean, reality is that's the right now, That's the greatest introduction to the 165-pound division they could do, is make the 170, 175, and have the inaugural 165-pound belt, Ilia versus Islam. Who do I think the current hottest fighter and of all time? It's a good question. I mean, I'm always, impartial to Joanna. Joanna, fight camp Joanna, she's a little skinny, sucked in. You're like, Joanna, like when you meet her in like regular everyday life, Joanna's fucking hot. When she has a little thickness to her, Joanna's hot. Mackenzie Dern's good looking. Ariana De Silva, whatever her name is, she's hot. Tabitha Ricci is right up there. There's a couple good ones. What's up when we find in the best MMA chill streams? Found you and one more guy. Thank you, Punisher. I appreciate it. My thing is I always disappear though. I take breaks, so I gotta just get consistent with it, and it'll go somewhere. Tabitha Ricci still fights. Tabitha Ricci dates Callum Walsh, the boxer. But yeah, Tabitha Ricci is right up there, top 3, top 5 at least. What is her name? Natine Silva. Natalie Silva is pretty good looking. I think I remember hearing her and being like, I hate her because of her husband, because I don't like Dan Hardy, but Veronica Hardy is good looking. There's a couple out there. There's a couple of like lesser known ones that I can't think of right now, but when I see them, I'm like, oh, all right. But of the known ones, definitely Tabitha Ricci. Oh, who was the other one I just said? Ariana De Silva. Ariane Lipski, whatever her name is. Alexa Grasso is up there. All right, Steeler Nation, you're the man. Hopefully I'll see you soon. I don't know the UFC fighter who hooked up with Bejeda, but what's her name is good too. The one from MMA Masters, Poliana Viana, is good. The one who has all those tattoos and probably hooked up with Colby. Fight week, Tracy Cortez. But again, at a fight, Tracy Cortez is like, she's a little big. She gets thick. But fight week, Tracy Cortez, phenomenal. Rose with hair. Old school Rose Namajunas with hair was good. She hooked up with Bejeda? I didn't know that, Pollyanna. I feel like she's kind of been passed around now at this point. I know I've heard of a few fighters she's been with. Paige Van Zandt in person is hot. Let me think. There's a lot of them. There's some good ones out there. I don't know about Ronda. Ronda was never my type. But then there's a thing, like, there's fighter chicks and then there's real chicks. Like, we got to, like, the bar has to be comparing them to real chicks. Like, Ronda for a fighter chick, sure. But then you're like, Misha Tate for a fighter chick. Holly Holm for a fighter chick. But then when you get to, like, Ariana Lipski, you get into, like, real chick status. Like, oh, she stacks well against real hot girls. Like, Tabitha Ricci is a hot Brazilian chick. Like, she stacks against real women. Ariana Lipski, right up there. Again, we talked about it earlier. A few beers in you and seeing her aura and flirting with her, you would bang Kayla Harrison. At least I would. I've been around her and seen her aura. You'd take a couple sips of your drink and be like, you know what, Kayla, I will let you break my dick off. Go ahead. But yeah, Joanna, Alexa Grasso. I mean, Valentina, butterface, but that body, she's got a nice body. Oh, that's funny. Banging Kayla would feel gay. One of the greatest comments I ever saw was someone commented on a video I had with Kayla. They were like, she needs fucking face paint and fucking tassels on her arm because she looks like the Ultimate Warrior. And then one of my favorite things I saw of Kayla when they were like, who's your celebrity lookalike? And Kayla Harrison was like, Brock Lesnar. And she's in on the joke. You know, personality goes a long way sometimes. So that's where Kayla gets in. Like you've heard of like a personality hire, there's also a personality bang. I feel like there's just names though that's like on the tip of my tongue that just not coming out. But I remember looking this up not too long ago, a couple streams ago. They actually have rankings on Tapology of like the hottest female fighters. But Mackenzie Dern is up there too. Body's phenomenal, especially like fight week. Mackenzie Dern, where she's all toned up, big ass titties. But yeah, there's some good ones out there. But great night of fights. I enjoyed myself. You got to play with the attitudes, though. You got to deal with it. Juliana Peña's another one with a few drinks. You might be like, But she's, so, like, the way I said Kayla's a personality that I'd get with, Juliana Peña's the opposite. I'd be like, I hate this fucking girl. Her personality turns me off a lot. Yeah, she's not it for me. Alexa Grasso is it. Natine Silva is good looking. I mean, before I go, because I gotta go, we'll run through it real quick. You type in UFC hottest female fighters, and it will come up. Tapology has top sexiest female fighters. They got ranked number 1, Mackenzie Dern. Definitely deserves a ranking. Number 2, Ariana De Silva, Lipsky, whatever you want to call her, deserves a ranking. Number 3, Veronica Hardy, deserves a ranking. Number 4, Paige Van Zandt. Like I said, her in person, she's good. Number 5, Tabitha Ricci. Number 6, Michelle Watterson. Number 7, Misha Tate. Number 8, Tracy Cortez. Number 9, Pearl Gonzalez. Number 10, Poliana Viana. Number 11, Alexa Grasso. Number 12, Norma Dumont. Definitely smashable. Valentina. Body. I'm into it. Natalia Silva. I'm into it. Macy Barber. She might be the questionable one, but I've seen her look good. Oh, my fingers. Amanda Ribas. We're forgetting Amanda Ribas. Jessica Rose Clark is hot as well. Big Jessica Rose Clark fan. We could even throw in Laura Sanko. She's got some fights. Ooh, Ashley Yoder. You guys remember Ashley Yoder? Love me some Ashley Yoder. Ashley Yoder is hot. Rachel Ostovich, another old school. You're into any woman with a few drinks? Of course. What do you mean? Who did I say on this list that's no good? I'm surprised they have Joanna ranked 31st. That's crazy. I would definitely put Joanna higher. But yeah, there's a good amount. There's some good ones. But again, there's fighter chicks and then there's real chicks. Fighter chicks are it's like a different scale. A little bit of a different scale. If you ask me who's number 1, I don't know, man. It's tough. It's almost like on any given day, a lot of these girls could be up there. There's no bullet point. There's no glaring number 1. But on that note, gotta go to bed. Gotta be up early to bet on some baseball tomorrow. I appreciate you guys for joining me. Please throw me a like, subscribe, a follow, whatever you want to do. I appreciate you guys for enjoying some fights with me, enjoying some conversations about some female fighters. I'd happily get dominated by fighter chicks. Absolutely. I appreciate you guys. Hopefully, I'll see you guys next time I'm live. Be sure to throw me a subscribe, like the video, throw me a follow. And I appreciate you guys. I'll see you guys next time. Well, see you later. Good night, brother.